Oh, I gotta. I was muted. So this whole time I was talking for like what? The last 15 minutes I've been muted. So that means I have to give the introduction again. Hey everyone, how's it going over there on YouTube? What's up today? It's your boy. Well, this is Nazareth Studios. I don't want to make this about me. This is about the game in Nazareth Studios. How's it going? Today we're working on UI stuff. Hello, Amin. I apologize. My mic was muted. Yeah, now you can hear my beautiful voice. How's it going? Welcome, everyone. Welcome, one and all. I apologize. I forgot to unmute my mic. I'm a little tired. As you can tell, the code has changed, and that's because last night I started working on it a little bit more. But today, we're working on spawning health in the UI. As of the moment, we already have, as you could tell, we have that red thing at the top left. That's supposed to be a heart. So we're making that a heart, and then we're going to spawn more. We can hear you. No one is here, just me. I have people at Twitch, you know. I got like 500 viewers over there. No big deal. Right? No big deal. I'm joking, by the way. And I only say that because I know you would go and look, and I don't want you to move around too much. And I know you'd just be like, what do you mean? There's only like one. But yeah, man, you gotta talk like there's 1,000 people in here, right? That's how you train yourself for when there is thousands of people in here. I learned C++ and SDL2. That's sick. Now master them. Master them. I haven't even mastered all the language. I just do what I have to do to get the job done, right? Like, I'll worry about punctuality later, and then I'll learn those lessons, and then the next project I make, I will have all that completely finished. But yeah, now that we have the heart amount, and 7 hearts is equivalent to 14 health. So if health comp, or we don't need to work on that, right? I mean, yeah, no one watching here. I knew you would go over there and call me out. I mean, you're not supposed to do that, man. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be like, yeah, 500 viewers, let's go. Yeah, we're we hit a wave, right? Where everybody saw it, got excited, and then it's going down like this, right? I mean, and it's gonna go up like this, you know. Oh, you're fine, dude. I'm just joking about it. You're okay. You know, it's okay that only one person's in here. I'm not hurt by it at all. I'm not sad or a little disheartened from it, right? Like, I'm a grown man. That stuff doesn't hurt me, you know. It doesn't hurt me at all. No, I'm joking. Yeah, so how's your day going, Amin? Amin. Is it Amin or Emin? 1 or 2? 1 will be Amin, 2 is Emin. Amin. Amin. So, today, ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to find a way to make this. 1. Amin. Nice, okay. But yeah, how you doing today, Amin? You seem excited. You learned C++ and SDL2. And my brain is working really slow right now. You guys will have to forgive me. They're probably making it constant, renamed to heart. I'm not doing lowercase. Nothing, buddy. If anything, I should rename this to a heart or heart health. I don't know. We're going to leave it like that. At the end of the day, this is like an image. So maybe I should refactor it with that in mind and put I hearts for an image heart. And this actually, now that I remember, needs to be a T array. Health heart. Right? Because we're going to do a for loop in here. And the for loop, so for int equals 0, right? Int, for int x, sorry, int, lol. For an x equals 0, we're going to say if, I don't know, x is less than heart amount, right? And I joined a small game jam because you said you will not host one. That's all right, man. But make sure to share what you come up with. All right, I want to see it. I want to see the results, bro. I want to see the results. I want to see the results. All right, I'll stop now. So this is actually going to create 3 because this is 2. We start off at 0. It's going to create 1, 2, right? Yeah. It'll create 1 runts, yada, yada. So I should probably either say heart amount plus plus. No. We'll just start this off at 1. So then it runs 1 and then it runs 2, right? Okay, I will share it. Good. What do you think? What's the prompt? What prompt did they give you? Yeah. Maybe I don't know how to call. Yeah, I thought you just put this little bad boy here and you say X. All right. And then you go dots. That should be it. Should just be that in there. And then we construct the widget, right? And then we add it to the thing. The theme is not revealed yet. When does it reveal? And Ria, nice to see you again. Man, I love seeing you guys in here. Gets me all excited. Am I making this awkward yet by just staring at you guys and smiling? Yeah. You can blame this weird amount of energy on this thing. This thing. So, how's the day going? I know Amin, I know he's getting into a game jam, Ria. What are you getting into today? Haha, I double checked and I'm watching live this time. That's good to hear. I was wondering why people were joining and like I would say something to them and they wouldn't say anything back. And I was like, what's going on? I swear. They ask me these questions but never answered to my reply. I thought you guys were doing it to torment me, honestly. Nah, I'm joking. I didn't think that. So here's the thing. I'm having an issue right now, right? We have an array that we have set up here, right? It's an I heart array. But I guess I didn't set up how many it is, which I think I have to do here. Say heart amount. Oh man. No. I thought you didn't see my messages too. Oh, so we're both. You thought I was ignoring you. I thought you were ignoring me. That's not right, man. What type of world do we live in where YouTube does that? They did it on purpose. They're trying to sabotage what I'm trying to do here, guys. We need to revolt against the masters. I'm joking, by the way. It's not their fault. Iman says, what is your last model you did, Ria? She's working on a garden right now, man. She's doing a whole scene. Ria, chores so far, but I'll be working on the plants some today. Okay. What type of plants are you thinking? Are you going to do some ivy? Some ivy plants? Dot ID. Maybe I can do... I know I have ID. Yeah, I know I'm grabbing these wrong. And it's because I'm waking up. I swear I know how to do these things, guys. I'm not incompetent. I swear. So you have to add. Okay, so at the end of set heart amount, we need to go to iHeart. Add elements to the array. Well, what the heck, man? Hearts. Maybe I just go add. And then iHeart. X. I don't know. This isn't how it's done in chores. Oh, I will eat my dinner and I will be back. All right, I mean, you go eat your dinner. I hope it's a lovely dinner. I hope it tastes really good. I had French toast this morning, so I'm a little happy, but that's also why I'm a little drowsy. Yeah, see, so like I have to add to it, but I don't know what to add. Because our iHeart is just an array, right? What, do I just put one here? I gotta add the element type. So what, you do like U health heart? Maybe what we do is we go, because I can't create it. It's not letting me create it because it's an array. So I can't set it equal to anything. This is ridiculous. Going to try and make a variety of plants and small tree as well. Ooh, what type of tree? A fruit tree? A pine tree? An oak tree? So we have this of that in the class of that. We want to add, you know, I would think you would go like this, right? And you just go add the thing. No. And I can't put one here. I should just be able to put that, but I'm thinking now you heart or I heart. Sorry, you guys are gonna have to give me a moment to wake up because I'm tired as all heck. You health hearts. Heart. Right? We create that. Then we throw the heart in here. Right? No, you can't do that. You can't do that. It's a T array element type and item. What the heck? Guy who says he knows how to code can't do array. Trying to add widgets into an array. You know, you probably can't do it because widgets don't work like that. Yeah, you probably have to do a widget array and add it like that. You probably have to do it like that. I'm assuming. Yeah, that's exactly how you have to do it. So let's do a two user, and we'll do a user widget, or yeah, user widget. There's two of them. I hearts And here we'll create a heart, right? I'm going to copy this. At least I had the inclination to know that I was doing that a little bit wrong. Probably a small orange tree. I love orange trees. I'm from California, right? We like orange trees around here. Plus, orange juice is bomb. And if you haven't had Donald Duck orange juice, then where have you been your whole life? It's the best orange juice. And hopefully I'm not blowing your guys' ears out when I scream like that. Yeah, let's put that here. And let's go ahead and put hearts. We create a widget, and then in the iHeart, we're going to add said widget. Doesn't want to work though. Just try that software. It's awesome. Oh, it's a traditional Algerian food. Okay. Just try what software? What software, my friend? Yeah. iHeart.add. You want to add, right? We're going to add this. No, it won't let me do that. Why won't it let me do this? This is upsetting me. You health heart. What about that? No? Maybe I need to dereference it. I don't know. I guess there we go. I had to do that. We are learning. It's probably like, you need to change join decoration and assignment. Rename to heart, lowercase heart. Algerian. From Algeria. Algerian. All right, you want to be picky like that? You want to be picky like that, huh? Amin? Huh? How to say Algerian. Algerian. There, see? I've educated myself. Are you happy? No more videos. I don't want to be talked to like kid. I am a giant man, not a small boy. Algerian. Whenever I think of Algeria, I think of algebra. We're just some algebras, dude. Maybe that was not good. I don't know. You can make like a group, like a math group. We're algebras. We're Algerian and we love algebra. So we've added the heart into the U Health Heart Hooray. Right? And now that we've done that, we are going to want to say heart dot set ID array placement. We'll put X, right? And this is just a simple number, so I can always get a hold of it. We have 1. I can access 1 from the right. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? I know it's a country. I gotta send my buddy. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. I mean, we could set all that later, but the idea is that we're going to create the heart, right? And the heart doesn't have an image preset to it, right? So I'm going to create the hearts, and then we're going to set the hearts. But I first must create them, right? The other issue that we have, guys, is that we have we need to find a way to, and I was looking it up and I found this, but the thing is it's a constructor helper for a reason. So I believe it's something you can only call in the constructor, obviously, right? As the name entitles. By the way, guys, this is what we're trying to do. All right, we got our guy that can run, he can jump, he can kind of vault, he can climb. But if you look at the top left, we have a red square, and we're trying to turn that red square into a heart. So I've made a class called a U-Heart Health, which isn't the problem. It's not the best name. Okay, I'll admit that. All right, it's not the best name, but essentially what the heart has is it has 3 textures in it, right? We have essentially describing the states. We have a full health, a half health, and an empty health. If we look at the widgets, if you're interested to see how they look, and this is all whip, right? But I do like the way it looks. It's very easy to implement. But yeah, this is a heart when it has no health. This is when it has half health. This is when it's full health. These are the states right here, right? But I'm trying to do this all via code. So we have our canvas here that we place. These are going to be placed at a vector offset. So I'm also kind of relaying this information so I can get it into my brain. What we're doing on the start is we're getting the total health. We're dividing that by 2 because a health is equivalent to an int 2, right? 2 is equivalent to full health. 1 is equivalent to a half of health. 0 is equivalent to no health. If we had 3 health, the character has 3 health. He has 1 full health and a half health. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We divide this by 2. I'll have to do some checks on this. Hiya, Certain Tax. I hope I didn't butcher that. Welcome to the channel over there on Twitch. Thank you for joining. I hope you're having a good day. We're working on UI stuff. If you haven't seen, heard, I don't know. If you haven't noticed, close enough. Yeah. What's the project about? Okay, the project is it's a Christian-based game. I create a character, which to me is a mascot character for Christian people. I see games like Mario and I see games like Sonic, and they're always battling this person. Mario, it's Bowser. Sonic, it's Eggman, right? But to me, I was like, man, I want a character like that, but someone that I see as like a superhero, like the biggest action hero. And that's Jesus, baby. So what am I doing? I'm making a game where the mascot, Judah, Lion of Judah, right, is essentially a symbol for him in the video game sphere. Sorry. And it's a mobile game, correct, Mundo. It's a mobile game. It'll be free for you to play. There will be in-app purchases, right? There will be in-app in-app purchases, purchase-wise. I don't know why I did that. Let's go to the standalone game mobile. I also want to release this on iOS and etc. Yeah, the story is Christian based. It's Christian focused. You know, like it's kind of like God of War. You know, God of War. It's got Kratos. He's running around beating up everything. Well, my game, it's like that, but with Jesus, and he's going around and he's beating up everything. You know, because in our religion, that's what happens. That's what happens. It is written in our beliefs that Jesus is going to come down here and he's going to beat up all the bad guys. All the bad people. But no, in our game, there's going to be combat in this game. There's going to be looting in this game. It's a 3D infinite runner / platformer. There's going to be 2 states. We'll talk about how those transition into each other at a later date. And the looting you have is for, you know, like management. It's like city management. You'll use it to build a little city. Yes, free for you and all your family. But yeah, today we're working on UI things. UI things. It will be free. Will there be a big boat? You know, there's going to be a big boat. Sorry, that didn't go together well, but you get the point. Yeah, maybe I should add a big boat in there. A big boat, dude. There will be a huge boat. But yeah, that's kind of the premise of the game. There's still a lot involved in it. I haven't really conceptualized the story fully because I'm not a story person, right? My stories stink. But I guess I'll try at some point. But that's the whole purpose of this mobile game, is to hopefully generate revenue to make a game. And if you join my YouTube, I have some development logs on the past title that I was working on, but as I progressed through it, I realized scope-wise it just wasn't feasible as a single developer to work on, because I wanted it to be a very involved story-wise and immersive as well. So with that being said, I can't do that on my own, because those are a lot of events at play. And I'm getting you the link right now because I still have to do stuff on the Twitch side of things. It's a little dry on your guys' end of the platform, and I apologize for that. Yeah, I agree. I want to do stuff like that. Like have little references to the Bible and a lot of things of that nature, right? Hopefully we'll get to that point. But the idea is I want to create this game and essentially create a studio where Christians who love to make games can work together to make games, and they can do it without compromising their faith, right? But yeah, that's the idea. That's the desire. That's why I'm doing this. And I pray that it goes well, or at least it goes how God plans it to go, right? Yes, currently I am making all the art myself. The main character I conceptualized 2D wise, and then I threw him in, I made him in Blender. So I've done everything. The world environment is going to be worked on soon. This weekend, I'm going to work on the logo a bit, and I don't know why Blender's taking so long. But yeah, just to give you a good look at little Judah. Sorry, we're in a different mode. Object mode. Let's put him in a better pose. Go ahead and hide this. But yeah, that's little Judah. This is the main protagonist. He's a little lion with a big responsibility, chat. Yeah. This is him. This is little Judah. That's cute. Thank you. I appreciate it. I worked really hard on him. I went through... If you go to my YouTube, you'll see Sorry, I posted the studio because I'm, I guess, not the brightest person on the planet. No, it's because they changed a lot of stuff on YouTube. But yeah, if you go check this out, hold up, let me post this here. I don't know if the studio worked, but that's our channel, you know. And if you go over there and sub too, guess what, dude? You'll be the 90th sub. I'm pushing for 100 over on YouTube by the end of this year. Hopefully. Hopefully. But yeah. And by the way, if you do go and you sub, I hate to talk about this so much because I don't like it. If people want to sub, they do it on their own. I don't want to try to like force people to do it. But if if your account is private and you do it, I won't get a notification for it. So, you know, in those cases, I like to just thank people for the subs and let them know that even though I don't see it, I see it and I appreciate it. But yeah, let's kind of get back into the development part or side of things. We're creating a heart. I am already. And I have a gun.
I will take you out instantly.
Sorry, that's the game designer coming out of me. That weird thing that I guess all of us game designers have, are us creative people. At least I hope. Maybe not. So we have created. We're all just a bunch of idiots in disguise. I agree. And that's why I love it. I fit right in. Can I be the biggest idiot? People are fighting over who the biggest idiot is. No, I am. I'm the biggest idiot. I'm so stupid. Nah. Man. So we set the ID array placement, which is just the X, so we can just grab whatever one we want. And make sure that that is the exact one that we're going to change the state of in the future, right? But we also are going to have to add, I believe, so actually before we add this or make this I'm still learning the widget side of things. It's a little different compared to like actors. With actors, you just make a U component and you add the component to the actor, right? And it's like that easy. With this, you have to have the canvas. You have to put stuff on the canvas. How you get access to the canvas was complicated. Thank God somebody came in yesterday and helped me. One of the viewers told me how to do it, and I'm very grateful for that. However, I know there's a lot of other options, so I'm thinking, I don't know if I should add, for instance here, like a spacer. They have spacers. Or if we were to look at like, let's see, like they have grid panel. A table-like panel that retains the width of every column throughout the table. Certain Tax says, I used to be a game I used to go to a game development college, which was half artists and the other half were programmers, and never have I ever seen the most outcasty outcasts in one place. Bro, it's wonderful. I thought it was weird because I worked at Infinity Ward for a while, but some guy there told me, he was mad. He was like, has anyone ever told you were weird? I was like, man, for someone who's weird, the way you say it, it's like such an insult. I don't get it though. You're doing the same thing. Shouldn't you be weird? Amin says, I learned by myself. Good job. Although you should go to a college, and you don't have to, but I personally think people should go to college and learn about it because it's humbling, right? You learn a lot from people who've been doing it for long time. And, if you're very humble, you'll learn things to do and not to do, what you should look out for and what you should avoid at all costs. Yeah, that's about it. Most people are like, oh, college is for da-da-da. But no, man, you exercise your brain in college. You don't have to do it. If you're someone who can sit down and teach yourself and do things and stay active mentally, I guess you're fine. But if you're not, if you're someone like me who you need someone to kind of tell you like, go out and do 30 problems of this, and then, then you got to go and do it. Citizen Tax said over at Twitch, it really depends on what kind of person you are, what kind of degree you get, and where you're from. Yeah. My degree in particular is just game design. We had to learn a bit of everything. I've been programming now on and off for about 5 years. Art I've been doing now for a little over a year and a half. Because in America, for example, going to college is kind of outrageous. Yes, it is. It's very expensive, especially if you're not getting like government assistance. It's very difficult. It costs a lot of money. Just for a community college too. Like I'm talking like at least $2,000 just to do like a full semester. It's ridiculous. Amin says, I'm from Algeria, and I get 1720. What's 1720? Yeah, the amount it costs and what you get back for it is not really worth it. Exactly. Hold up 1 second. If you're trying to learn about design and it's too expensive to go to college, I got a wonderful book for you. All right, guys. Here's some pretty good books. That's just two. This one is written by Tanan Sylvester. I don't know if I said that right, but he's the one who developed RimWorld. Right? He's developed RimWorld. Excellent book. And then we have Scott Rogers' book, Level Up, which is a very, very, very good book. I love this book. I haven't finished it yet. I'm still reading it. About halfway through, a little over halfway through. But yeah, if you don't know Scott Rogers, he worked on the original God of War games, right? So a lot of useful information here, especially if you like to draw. He's very artistic with his designs. So yeah, these are two good, great books I recommend. That's Scott Rogers' Level Up. You want the second edition or the third, whatever it is now, in Designing Games by Tynan Sylvester. Tynan Sylvester. Okay, guys, check them out. Excellent book. Amin says, I prefer to learn by myself. That's good to hear. Citizen Tax said, in America, I would only recommend college for things like doctors, agreed, where you get a high pay because of the degree, but not with regular things. Yeah, I mean, some people, like I said, it's really up to the person. It is a lot of money, but, you learn a lot of things in college. Just working with people that are like-minded, too. You'd be surprised the type of creativity and things that can come out of those discussions. So it's not all not, How old are you, Citizen Tax? But like where I'm from, it's only 1,500 to 2K a year, and the government helps pay most of it. So it's really not that bad. Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? Citizen Tax said 20. Amin says, you are too old. I am 13. Amin, calm down. 20 is not old. 20 is young. You're never too old to make games, and you're never too old to learn something new. The Netherlands, I feel old. Dude, I'm 30, and I'm trying to do all this. So, you know, you're younger than me. You're 10 years ahead of me. Just keep studying, doing what you love, and you'll be all right. Do not feel old. You're still a child. I mean, people tell me I'm still a child, and I'm like, bro, I'm at the halfway marker. What you mean? Ria says, most things I like to learn on my own. And this is from YouTube, by the way. Most things I like to learn on my own. There are certain things I understand going to school for. I agree. Amin says, how much you many vision hours you get? I don't know. How many vision hours you get? I don't know what that means. Oh, and Sirs and Tax says, I've already finished studying. And you did developer, right? Game developing school? How many vision hours you get? Do you get? I don't know. I don't get any. I don't get any vision hours. Actually, I get, depending on the day, 12 to 16 hours of vision hours, right? I see everything until I close my eyes to go to bed. Then I see nothing, you know? I'll be right back. I got to use the restroom. And he's gone. Stay real. How's it going, dude? What are you up to? I am both. Sirs and Tax says, yeah, but officially on the degree it says game developer, application developer. That's really good. Yeah, the developing aspect is something I am currently working on right now. I have an associate's in game design. So, you know, I like design. That's my favorite part. I like to conceptualize ideas, think of mechanics, the withdrawals of those, how they affect other mechanics, stuff like that, of that nature. Specifically when it comes to like combat or world, I haven't figured out what I particularly like most in it, but from what I can tell, I like it all. Stay Real says, watching some doggies. What type of dog is? Sirs and Tax from Twitch says, thinking about going into electrical engineering though. Dude, that is the big boy, big brain stuff. And that's the big money stuff too. So if everything goes well, I'll finish school at 25 with an electrical engineering degree. Yeah, that's awesome. You should definitely pursue that. And that's a very good career path. And you can create cool things, right? Stay Real says, too many to know. Man, what do you got, like 30 dogs in your house just barking? What are you doing? I'd go insane.
Too many dogs. Not enough people. No.
All right, guys, let's try to hop back into this code. We have a U Health Heart 4, only 4, okay. I have Arduino starters kit. What is Arduino? Arduino. Oh, that's sick. Oh, it's essentially like the Raspberry Pis. Yeah, I wanted to get one of those and do some cool stuff with it. Yeah, it's a microcomputer where you can make a bunch of little fun stuff. Yeah, I wanted to get like a Wi-Fi adapter and all that and do some crazy things, you know? Maybe one day when I'm not making a game and I can focus on stuff like that. I is too busy right now. So right now, what we've done is, honestly, we should set all of these things up, right? In here, I want to set up textures, right? We have these textures here, and I want to set these to something so I can change them, right? It's not really like a Raspberry Pi. RPI is more like a mini computer. Arduino is more focused on actually controlling sensors and bits and stuff. Really? I was under the impression that it's like the Raspberry Pi. So RPI is more like a mini computer, and that Arduino would be something you would use for like robotics. Is that what you're telling me? Or am I going too far with that? Amin says, you can just buy a home server and add it to the Proxmox and Home Assistant and add your devices in. It's not that easy. It will take 2 months. Yeah, pretty much very simplified. Okay. Yeah, I like coding, and I would love to get into other aspects of coding because I like circuit boards. I was for a while, I was looking up or trying to figure out how I could create my own circuit boards and do cool stuff with them, because I feel like real power is in hardware, right? It's kind of like some people think it's in, land or resources. When it comes to technology, it's in the hardware and knowing how to code at the most primal form of it, which is binary. I never got into any of that though, because it's just not enough time. There's not enough time on the planet, right? You can also control robotics with the Raspberry Pi for sure, but it's very different than controlling with an Arduino. So the time to start and the time to end is essentially, to implement it is longer than an Arduino is, because it's not fully created to do those things. Yeah. So right now we've set the ID array placement. We need to figure out how to get these objects and then place them in here and do this. What I could do is I could create like, I don't know. I don't want to have like all of these have these textures and then this thing has a reference to those textures. I just want to be able to pluck them from the file path and place them where they should go, because that's less data moving around in my head. A asset via the face red droopy eyes. Oops. I can just see the writing with those. Stay real. Certain task. If you want to create a simple automated thingy like a small automized project, I usually recommend Arduino. But if you want a more complicated system and have like a robot or a complicated system like that, Raspberry Pi is more suited. Okay, so Arduino is for small case purposes, while the Raspberry Pi is for large case purposes. Could you use an Arduino to connect to the Raspberry Pi for control functionality, and you would have the Raspberry Pi handle all the logic while the Arduino would just be used as an input device? I want takeout food. Stay real. Stop posting those things, man. You're making me hungry. Do I look skinny to you? Stay real, I can eat, bro. I can eat. So, man. Hey guys, congratulations. We've reached 100 messages today with Restream Trap. You guys are awesome. Thank you all for interacting, for talking, hanging out, and being interested in the game. We got a while to go. There's a lot of other art stuff we have to do. I'm hoping I can get into world building soon, but I'm just trying to get the basic stuff out the way, like, you know, simple UI things. And after doing this, it'll be a lot more easier for me to handle other things in the future. Emin says, I show speed. Show speed what? What, sweetie?
Well, I'm hungry.
You're hungry again? You just had French toast.
But,
What time is it?
but,
Well, I'll cook you something in about an hour, okay?
but my tummy is hungry and grumbly.
You're grumbly? Hold up, guys. I got to get my child a snack. I forget that hours will pass by when I'm working on this.
Cereal.
You want cereal? You're not being real.
Cereal's my favorite.
Cereal's your favorite? Which cereal you want? I'll be right back, guys. Hey guys, I'm back. I had to run up 5 flights of stairs, fight 2 ninjas, and make a bowl of cereal. That's pretty good for, you know, what, 5 minutes? Stern Tax says, you can if you want, I suppose, but you don't have to because you can also read-write serial with Raspberry Pi. Okay. So you can communicate with robotics parts using an RPI2. You just communicate it to it differently. All right. So it'd just be better to handle it all on the Raspberry Pi. It'd be too much at that point to go further and do the Arduino. It's pointless. Or not pointless, but there's no point to do it. By the way, guys, if you like what you see, make sure to like what you see. Click the like button for me. Your homie, hopefully. I don't know. But yeah, if you're over on YouTube, click that sub button, notification bell. And if you're on Twitch, click the follow button, notification button. Yeah. Sorry, there's too many things. And, you know, I got ADHD brains, so I like to grab them all and clump them together. I need to come up with a word that when I say it, everyone knows what I mean. Like, you know, sassafras. It just means to like, subscribe, notify. Sassafras. All right, so does anyone know how I could get access to... It says I can use F-Streamable Labs, include the header file, engine, asset manager, asset registry model. Sheesh, there's a lot of includes. That's a lot. So they have an access path, and we can hold that as a string. As string absolute path. which would be the F paths project content dir plus the asset path. And then we would load that using the U asset manager. That is crazy. Yeah, but Raspberry Pi is very overkill for simple projects because it's pretty much just a mini computer with a browser access and everything, whereas all the Arduino does is communicate to the robotics parts. True. All right. Yeah, I wanted to make a excuse me, guys. Pardon me. God bless me. Sorry, I had to say it for myself. You know. I wanted to create like a little light thing that would change lights in the future. I thought that would be a nice little simple project to undergo and give me like a friendly or quick introduction into things of that nature. Right. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry, I'm trying to click things and get things up. An Arduino is more than enough for that. Okay. How much are they? I could probably look it up, but I'm trying to think of how I'm going to get these things. How to access files in Path UE5. They have a get asset by path. Get asset by path. So here they have, right? They have fsoft object path in the H, and in the CPP they just have a event for begin play with a path object, fsoft path, create an asset manage. Actor mesh, asset load, requested, path object, radio object, this, callback, blah, blah, blah. Object, use static mesh with the path object here. But where, oh, it returns it here, I guess. Oh no, they have. And they're placing that in there. Actor mesh.get. Okay. Amin keeps saying iShowSpeed is a famous streamer in YouTube. Yes, I know that. But why you keep talking about him, I don't know. Are you like friends or something? Even an Arduino Micro or a Teensy should be plenty. Depending on where you get them, you should be really only 10 to 15 bucks. Yeah, I'm gonna use an Arduino. I know the Raspberry Pis are expensive. They're like, what, 100? Oh, so the costly part is the sensors, the motors. Okay. What type of code do you usually use for it? Python, I'm assuming? Would you recommend Python for something like that? Yeah, I remember like 5 years ago, I was looking at them. They're like 50 bucks, dude. And now they're like $100, $200. I think it's because of all those microchips. Teach, learn, computers. What if I just want to buy one, bro? You don't got nothing for that on here. Learn, I want to buy it. Raspberry Pi purchase. I don't know. Yeah, they're One's right here for 60 bucks. The whole kit is 129. It's a pro kit, 4 GB RAM. Oh, probably need that though, low key. Oh, it has its own language based on C. That's cool. I like. I've the highest I've gone is C++. Sir Syntax says, but Raspberry Pi, you can use any language. Like I said, it's just a mini computer. Okay. Is the Arduino based language harder to learn? Because I know like C++ is, it's difficult, not like horribly difficult, right? But UE5 or Unreal's variation of it, it's a lot simplified. Like you can use arrays really quickly. You don't have to go through the whole thing, and you can actually get access to them easily. I used vectors a lot instead of arrays in my classes. That and sets. Because they'd be like, oh, do all this, but only take, count through all these numbers, contain them, but there can only be one of each number. You're like, all right, I'll just make a set and throw all the numbers into a set, and it won't take a duplicate. So, yeah. It's way easier than C++. Okay, you don't have to worry about memory and allocating or whatever. It's just a very simple language. All right. Yeah, I'll probably check out an Arduino. I think the costly part will be getting the lights and setting them up to the Arduino. But I think that might be fun. Maybe it'll be a cool little video I can do on the channel too. Set up textures. God, this is gonna be such a pain in the butt, guys. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do what I said I didn't want to do, and I'm gonna literally just do this. I'm gonna keep them in here. Is it the smartest way to do it? Probably not. But it probably is good for me to learn how to get something from a soft path file. It's probably good experience, right? Wouldn't you guys say it's probably good experience? I could probably do something like this to set those. Can I do it using soft path objects? What was that? Soft object. Okay. Okay. Let's do that. Do I need to include anything in here? I still need all the Streamlab manager. What you usually do with Arduino is define the pins in the Arduino and the code so the Arduino knows where to read and write from. Then you handle the logic from there. Okay, so the pins on the Arduino, you essentially look at those, and then let me look in an Arduino. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what the pins are, but I'm assuming they're the circuitry, right? So stuff like this, A0, A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, or, anything from here. These are probably analog in, that's probably controls, digital. Yeah. That's only 2760. But this looks like it's more for a different type of purpose. That's the power. That looks like a meaty power cable, but it does have the aux there, so. Yeah, I do like the idea of it, and I'm definitely interested in it, but it just seems so scary. Why math is like we find it in our universe? Yeah, where the wire goes in. Okay, a deep secret that we all will never know. Why math is imbued into our universe? I don't know. It's probably just. Yeah, that is interesting too, because if you think about it, like 1, 2, 3, 4 numbers, right, are human made constructs, or you would think, but somehow you can find those in the universe. But really, the numbers are just ideas, right? The letters for them, they're just ideas. Yeah, to some people, they're an explanation. To me, it's I like science too, so when it comes to my Christianity, I have a very scientific. I believe in like intellectual design and etc. Um, but I do think that science explains math and stuff like that. It explains God's design. It doesn't compromise it, right? That's my stance still on it. For the universe, God said, "Let there be one," and there was one. Why is this rocking? It's my little Goku cup right here. And this scares my daughter at night, so now I have to keep it in my room. This little guy right here scares my kid at night. Right? Have to keep it in here. Yeah, I used to think like that, and I don't have an issue with people thinking like that. I think everything is too coincidental for it to be lucky, right? Like the fact, like if you look at it from a like forensic point of view or anthropological point of view, um, the fact that when a baby comes out, it has that divot in its head, so like when it's coming out, the skull can squish in a little bit to come out of the womb. It's just stuff like that. It's crazy. Yeah, the golden ratio. The gold. I like gold. Anyone seen Austin Powers? Gold member. Gold. I like gold. So yeah, we need to set up a, what is it? A T soft. Let me look it up here. A F soft object path. Let's try to keep these. What is this? F soft object path, texture path, full health path. I guess I'll call it equals well, I guess I could do all this in here and just set it. But it looks like we're going to need a couple of things. Honestly, I want to look this up in the API so I know for a fact what I'll need and what I won't need. Far too often, I feel like things get overcomplicated online. By the way, I'll get to your guys' comments here in a second. I just need to really? I thought I had put the API here. UE5 API. People always have like, they'll have the C++ thing, and I saved that because I was like, I can never freaking find that. Yeah. I love Austin Powers. Same here. I watched the movie so many times when I was a kid. It's funny because I watch them now and they just haven't aged. Maybe a little bit because I've seen them so much, but they've aged well, right? They're still funny, which is hard to say for a lot of things. I used to be big into like stuff like that, but I'll be real with you. As I got closer in my faith, I just cursing and stuff like that. It's like when someone drags, like, you know, something that like, it's not irritating where I like look down on people who do it. It's just like every time someone curses, it's like someone drags their fingers across a chalkboard. It's like, ugh. I can feel it in my spirit. So it's harder to watch those movies now. Which is sad, but at the same time, it's good. I think. So we need to have a path, and I'm assuming we could just go ahead and copy this and place that in there. Right? And then we can just do that. Full heart text path. And we can kind of follow suit with all these other ones. No, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this? Let's grab these. Health full. Whoa, health full. That's health full. That's no bueno. We have the wrong path. We're not using that. I definitely don't have a cursing problem. I'm like a sailor, mate. My mom's like a sailor too. So whenever I'm with her, she's like, I'm like, oh, my poor baby virgin ears. No, I used to curse like a sailor too. F this, F that. Then I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm getting old. Let's go ahead and copy the file path. I'm getting old. Very, very old. So hopefully I can do something about that or something before I get too old. It was kind of just a part of the culture that I was raised through. Same. I come from a, I wouldn't say a broken home, but I was raised for a time being in Section 8 housing. And my grandma and grandpa raised me for a good portion of my life. But when I was with my mom, it was F this, F that. We lived in Humboldt County for a long time. I don't know if you ever seen that Red Mountain documentary on Netflix, but that's like the area I grew up in. It was cursing 24/7. Essentially, in the west of my country, it's very normal to just curse nonstop, and we curse with diseases or deceases and stuff, which kind of makes it worse. Yeah. I mean, to each their own. I try not to come off, because I know that far too times, often than not, people are like, at least I don't want to come off holier than thou. It's just a specific thing I'm not into. It's like someone likes Coke or someone likes Pepsi and I like Coke, right? Sorry, I had to say I gave myself Coke because I like Coke and I'm not a big fan of Pepsi. So. It's odd though, because I don't really curse in Dutch though with the diseases, but I do just curse in English as like filler words, you know? Yeah. Kind of like George. I don't know if you've heard of George Carlin, his little take on that. I had a buddy when I was working at Infinity Ward. And he was Russian, and he would just, It was funny too because he would curse and he would just be like, I don't know what this means, you know, and like he would get away with it all the time. And every time he would do it, he'd look at me and smile because he knew I knew. I was like, this guy, this little guy. I like throw in effing at the start of every sentence pretty much just as a filler as I've just gotten used to that way of speaking. Yeah, I feel that. But also in the future, and this isn't like a hostile warning or anything. Try not to curse because Amin and Stay Real who watch a lot, they're kids, so yeah. I say that with the utmost respect too. I don't want you to feel like I kind of have to call it out. Normally I'd say it in a DM or something cuz it's a little less it's private then and it's not in front of things. But yeah, I get where you're coming from. But in Dutch, yeah, you're fine. My bad. Yeah, you're fine, man. I just a soft little please don't do that cuz my take is when I was a kid, I used to get into the worst of trouble online because you know that button that says maturity never works. So the way I take it is I just want to try to make content that's applicable for everyone but respectful to the kids because they're always watching. When you especially I've learned as a parent, you know, like when you think they're not watching, they're watching. But in Dutch I don't really curse because it just feels wrong since here we curse with deadly diseases, which I'm more of on the prickly side with. What do you mean like deadly diseases like the flu and stuff? You reference it as a curse, which I can understand because it's you know, illnesses are kind of like a curse. They feel like, you know, so that might be something cultural to you. I don't know, but yeah, we try to keep it. I need to update the rules and stuff in here too and block some words. I'm so busy with this. I haven't gotten around to it. So if anything, you've done me a service because I know I have to go and fix that. But you're fine, man. I'm not upset or anything. I'm just speaking for future endeavors. We call people cancer patients, tuberculosis, typhus, things like that. Oh, so you curse at people with diseases. So instead of like F you, you're like, get out of here, you cancer. They're like an illness. They're just as bad as illness. True. Which is kind of bad. But it's like that's just how people are, certain cultures, you know. It'd definitely be a culture shock for me, but I don't know. I try to respect people as much as possible because even biblically it says that we have to try to work in a way that doesn't create what's the word? We don't create hostility. If we know something's going to create anger or something like that, we shouldn't do it. At least from what I've read in the Bible. Yeah, it's just like a regular insult. I feel that. How do you feel about it though? Do you like doing it or does it feel weird or wrong when you do it? Because if you feel weird or wrong when you do it, you shouldn't. I for a long time just did stuff that I felt was wrong in front of other people because I wasn't valuing myself as much as I should have in that sense. Right now I'm just looking online to see how I do the things because the things are complicated. So now we have to make an absolute path. But I don't get that. Like why? I guess because it takes an absolute full heart text path is equivalent to F paths. And I should probably get the include for this. Include misc paths. It says to project the content or config content directory plus the full heart text path. Now I'm hoping this works. I don't know if it's gonna work, guys. I don't, which is why I don't swear in Dutch. True. It's also way more like targeted cursing at people instead of just using curse words and filler as I do in English. Yeah, it's hard. That's why I stopped doing it. I don't mean to be sound rude when I say this, but personally for me, my grandma always used to hate cursing, and she'd always be like, someone who curses just doesn't have much to say. Or essentially what she got at it was that I wasn't in. It's because I had a lack of words that I was using those words, and to be truthful, I'm just lazy. I was lazy, and I'm still lazy to this day, but I just try to not do it out of it just, like I said, it feels weird to me. It's like when a vampire stands in the sun, they don't like it. For me, it's like when I curse, it's like "Arr!" And I always apologize afterwards because it is something I'm trying to work on. I did grow up cursing like a sailor because my mom just cursed about everything. But I definitely have come from, I would like to say, some humble beginnings in that sense. Not to sound like I'm into myself or something. So now we have to do this, and we're projecting, or we're looking for this particular thing. We use the soft texture path. We have to create a soft object path for each one of these. Heart. Sorry, guys. I'll get to your comments in a second. Oh, is this an actual full heart texture path? Absolute full heart text path. Can I do that? Or do I actually have to? I don't think I have to do that. Quick question about the code, though. I don't want to come off as too backseaty. No, you're fine. Go ahead. Everything in here is open to questions. I'm still learning as a programmer, right? And I don't get to go do leak code because I'm doing this all the time. So a lot of this stuff is just me trying to work through a problem, and it might not be optimized at all for anything. So yeah, ask away. F soft object path, half heart texture path, abs half heart text path, and then we have F soft path object empty heart texture path, and then abs empty heart text path. We got that rocking. And now I'm assuming this is where we're going to, and primarily I'm doing this as like educational purposes as well. I used to, in my classes, have to take information using Fstream from like file paths. You would give it a file path, it would read the whole thing, and then put it into an array, yada yada. So you're saying, why do you have full path as variables? Because if you have a second person running it with the project on a different location, there's going to be errors. True. Why not get the path relative to this directory? You're not wrong. But so it would be the copy reference. Or is that what you're saying? Instead of file path, it's copy reference? Most likely. Thank you for bringing that out. That is... So something like that? That's probably what you're talking about, I'm assuming. Which I agree is probably better. Because we do have the game UI in here, but I don't know if this will work particularly. We'll find out. So we grabbed the full, let's grab the heart. But yes, thank you for pointing that out, because someone would have installed it and been like, I have no hearts on it. And then I would have been like, whoa, thank you. But yeah, I'm still pretty much an amateur at this stuff. And I would have had to learn the hard way. I think this should still work, right? So it'll look more like directory set. So kind of like this, right? We have the script. I mean, even if we look at the full file path. Sorry, we don't want to do that. We want to come in here. So essentially what it would be is content UI UAsset. But wouldn't I have to put like the $sign or something like that? There's like some way of getting all the stuff in here. I don't know if the reference will work. This could be it though, I think. I don't know. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Okay, so you're saying if I were to put like a dot here, right? It'll check all the files, but I want a specific file. Like if I were to throw everything in there, I would put the dot, right? Or I would leave it at the end here of UI and put, dot. Just so you know, if you go, the dot is deliberate, okay. Then it searches a directory with the file. If you go 2 dots, it will check the previous directory. So you're saying if I put a dot here between these, that would work fine. And also, I don't know why it has that at the end, like this little no. Oh, at the beginning. We have to do at the beginning. And I'll check everything in here, essentially. Um... I think. Oh. I think this is what this does. The get project content dir, the file fpath, it says here that it returns the content directory of the current game by looking at the fapp.getProjectedName. And then we add this to the full. So I probably want the one that I had beforehand, but I want to get rid of, for instance, let's copy this really quick. And I were to paste this in here, I'd probably want to get rid of this, right? And keep this essentially with a dot here. Or does the project content dir do that? Let's see, the script is being ran in the directory test. If the path is dot, we'll check test. And we'll go to the previous directory. So essentially, in this case, right, if I had 2 dots here, it would check everything before the content. If I have 2 dots here, if I have 1 dot here, it'll check the UI for this. What I'm getting at is, where do I place this dot? At the beginning of the file path, if you don't mind me asking. I know it's pretty rudimentary stuff. And I know this is stuff that I learned, but I forgot because I haven't used it. Yeah, project content dir, if we look at it, it says returns the content directory of the current game by looking at the fapp get project name. And it returns the content directory. So I'm assuming that it essentially, wherever this is stored on someone else's device, should replace content. But if I'm adding something to it, do I still want that? Maybe I should print out this before I actually do it. Let's go ahead and, because this is, I believe these are F strings, right? Let's UE log. But that is interesting, because now I do want to know what that is in particular. Text. Apps full heart health. Let's go ahead and put, what is it? S here. I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't even create the hearts right now. I'm not going to create the hearts right now. I'm just going to copy this. Shoot. It's a whole lot of work. Honestly, I should get this and congest it into a function and then have that return it, right? Which is what I'll probably do. You know what? Screw it. I'll create the hearts. And then when it runs through, it'll do all of this and it'll return this, and I'll just add this to here. I don't think it'll be placed on the canvas, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. I need to turn the music down. Oh, just another good day. Runtime error. What the heck? That's interesting. Error, uHealth operator, new, no overloaded function, convert all the argument types. It looks like I'm having an issue with my T array here, which I shouldn't. Oh. Isn't that what I should do? That's probably why. I was doing it wrong, I think. Big brain, not really. So yeah, it returns D Nazareth but then it does content, script, engine, texture, and then it adds all of this. Hold up, let me take a look at this. This is what it's returning. It's getting the Unreal, which is true, content, dot script, engine, texture, 2D, game, UI full health, dot UI full health. What I think I need to do. Copy reference. We don't want to reference. Copy file path. I don't know how this installs things onto another game. So I don't know, like, if when it installs into the phone, if it sets it up this path, or if it's just like, literally instead of, this will change out, probably put the game here, right? And then set it up this way, right? Or if when it installs, it'll do this. It'll run like script, engine, texture, 2D, game, UI, blah, blah, blah. So I'll have to find that out. What happens if we just, let's say we delete this, right? Let's just delete that. We'll recompile it. And then we'll find out from there what it does. Or what it returns without us adding anything to it. Yeah, it just gives us this up to content. I kind of want to run this on my phone really quick and see what it gives me. Build it to my phone super quick. And then check it out. Although, I'm going to want to debug this to the screen. So, we're going to have to do the very annoying way. The very annoying way. What is it? If G engine, then we add, or G engine add text. What is it? Add to screen. What is supposed to be the correct directory? Couldn't see what was wrong with the current results. Well, I don't see anything wrong with it either, but my main concern is how it builds out, how it's going to install on like a phone, right? That's my main concern, because I don't know how it installs a directory. If you look at the difference between, what was it? If you look at the difference between the file path in the reference and in just like this, it installs it here and here, and then it does this. But I don't know how this is going to work on another device. So I have to see if it installs it that way or this way, because this is a reference to that object. This is the reference path, while this is the file path. So I don't know if how they build it or how they add it, like when they're installing it into a device, how they install and distribute the folders. So that is why I want to try it on my phone and see what happens. Oh, you can scroll with this. That's cool. Put that over there. The main character, you always got him have him first in line. I have a G engine somewhere in here. Because I don't remember the specific. Where's my widget? My user widget. Yeah, I'm probably doing way too much right now, but I'm like one of those very scared programmers who literally run tests. If you get the directory relatively, like you're now using I'm assuming you, of course, should change the location behind the scenes depending on the device file location. Exactly. But what I'm trying to figure out is if I should use the reference file path for it or if I should use the file path for it. Because I don't know why there's a difference in file path while there'd be a reference and a regular one. Doesn't make sense to me. We'll put in here. Can't I just put can I just put the abs full heart text path? I can. Let's compile this really quick to see if it works on here. But if it's hard-coded, let's say you open this project on a different device where the project locations are different, it won't be able to find the files. So you're saying I'm doing it right with the project content directory because that's returning the directory that it's installed in. But if I did it hard-coded like I was originally, it would mess up. Yeah. So I'm going to build this to my phone really quick. And then we are going to see and this is kind of just like for learning purposes for me. Because I'm very interested to see if the file path changes. I'll tell you what, though, setting this up for a mobile game was kind of difficult. I have to like reformat my entire PC, but I'm really scared to do it because I'm afraid setting it all up again will be extremely difficult. But it's like, at least I'll get more practice on doing it. It's just you have to literally make sure you have every single right parameter selected. You have to have the right Android Studio with the right .NET. I really wish I was one of those guys who could just remember everything, every step, and be like, oh, I had to do this, this, and this. But me, I'm kind of like, take it as you go. Yeah. No, it's not. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm creating essentially I'm checking what the directory is. I'm seeing if it's returning. I'm going to see what it's returning. I'm assuming it's going to be different, but I want to just make absolute sure that it is different. It's like a super test. A super test. So what do you usually develop on, Sirs and Taxed? Man, it's taking forever to. There we go. All right, let me cancel this. Ah, so it is the same content drawer. It is the same content drawer when you build it out. It's does the content. So the one I should use is essentially this one, the file path with right. I should use this one up to, because it returns up to the content. So I should use this UI health heart assets. And then we would plug this in here. I think. I could be wrong. Full heart text path. Anything and everything. I've used very minimal UE4, which is why I'm not familiar with it. I've used Godot, CryEngine, Unity. I've even worked on my own game framework. Not really an engine, but close enough a few years ago. That's actually really cool. Were you implementing 3D or was it primarily like 2D? But I'm mostly familiar with Unity. I was too. I started working on Unreal a lot at the beginning of this year. So it's been somewhat of a learning curve, but I've been enjoying it. We're going to compile this, run it again, and see how that changes. I know it's a little tedious. But yeah, see now we're getting the full thing. So it is up to content. 3D primarily. Okay, that's sick. I was creating an OpenGL framework where I personally had to handle all the rendering, collision, edit. Currently trying to restart the project from scratch with a different design pattern. What are the different types of design patterns, would you say? Because I'm sure the design patterns are, I don't know, did you try your own design pattern or did you base it off of someone else's? Because for me, I would personally design it off of someone else's because I don't know how any of that works. It all seems relatively very complicated. Although I have done, what is it called? In Unity, I've created my own meshes by assigning, vertices to points and normals and UVs, etc. I forget what it's called. I don't want to say, I know it's not procedural, like a procedural mesh. I think it's something mesh. I don't know. Yeah, eventually I do want to make my own engine because I think the thing with games is people feel like they need to be glorious and grand, but I don't feel like that's the case. A lot of people are switching to UE4. OOP, TD, CBD. Ooh. That's a lot of stuff. You're gonna get all the freaking the stoners in here excited with CBD. They're gonna be like, CBD oil? That's how you know. It's like when you're talking to a guy who smokes weed when I used to smoke, I'd be like, hey, do you smoke? And they'd go, smoke what? Every time. Yeah. Yeah, it does work. I mean, we can really try it to see if it'll paste it there. Right? But yeah, it works. So I think that's the correct directory. And it's like, man, I do so much just to do this. Crazy. I'll keep this here just in case. When I'm finished with this, I'll probably turn it into a function. object-oriented programming where most of it is like inherited edic, but now I want to remake it with EC entity component system since the performance will be so much better. What's the difference between entity component system and an object-oriented programming? Well, I know what object-oriented is. It's like inheritance, I believe. Or it's based off of classes. Ba-doom, doom, doom. Ba-doom, boom. So we have our soft object path. We make that. Then we come into here and we say T soft object pointer U texture 2D. We say soft. How did I get up there? What the heck, dude? Full art text. And then we pass in full art text path. And I guess this is a more optimized way. And we want in here the texture path, not the text path. Full art texture path. I should come up with a better naming convention for those, which I can do at another time. Empty heart texture path. But yeah, I'm doing all this because I don't want to just have a U property of it, which is funny. And then we can say full heart X. Or full heart text dot load synchronous, and we would say half heart text dot load synchronous, and then empty heart text dot load synchronous. Remove statement. The heck? Redundant. Expression result is not used. I don't get that. It's not being used at the moment, but if I they say I should put this behind a gate, but I don't think so. If heart dot set so does this become a texture 2D? Hold up, I'll be right back. I got back, obviously. For example, it's very roughly the idea. Okay, it's going to be hard to explain it without going too much into it, but with an OOP approach, you'll have separate classes, objects that has all the data and logic, okay, in one location, while ECS, you separate the entities, the components, and the systems. Okay, for example, with ECS, you would have a player as an entity, which is usually just an integer. The entity has a component, which stores all the data, all the variables, code, player movement. Oh. So instead of having like one giant bottle holding all these other bottles, you have like a metaphorically, you have like a shelf that has all the separate bottles, or the jars you would call them, with everything separate to those things. So are these I guess what I could do really quick is make a texture 2D, or a U texture 2D, full health temp, I don't know. And we would equal this to full art text path, or dot get. Yeah, I don't think that would work. Yeah, with ECS, all which are integers, components, and systems are separated, but it's all linked together in objects. Yeah, I feel like that would entity, what is it called? ECS, entity, component, system, in my head would be better, because you're separating them instead of storing them all in one thing, so the way you access them is different. And it's probably better because you can allocate things, while with object orientated you just have this giant mass of information because it's containing all of them together, while with that one it's like separated, so your task can be more or less expensive depending on what you're doing. Right or no? It's not 100% accurate explanation, but I don't feel like writing an entire essay, so that's all you get. Aw, man, I love reading essays in my chat. What do you mean? I'm joking, by the way. Hey, it works now, because I made it a pointer. I'm smart. I'm smart. I'm also very lucky, because I don't... Man, that wasn't me. That had to be, like, something up there, man. God worked through me on that one, bro. You know why? I'll tell you this right now, chat. I am extremely stupid. And how I do the stuff I do sometimes is just beyond me. There's just no way that I can do this stuff, because this is smart people's stuff. And I'm not smart. I'm very stupid. Oh, man, that's crazy. So, man, OOP is usually easier to develop and a lot more beginner friendly, but ECS is better with memory allocation. That's what I was guessing. And since all the memory is in the same place in the components, it's much faster to go through different memory locations. Yeah, so you can access what you need specifically instead of accessing like a whole... Yeah, I would love it. I've been looking, if you have any other articles on other stuff too, like I've been trying to find out how to find a good article on procedural generation for a long time. And I know that people go online and that when they have these like tutorials, they'll be like, oh, I'm using this guy's article, or I'm using this guy's algorithm, you know, and it's a nice, essentially an article or a little journal on how this person did this and how you can do it too. And I'm like, I can never find those dang things, man. I look for them everywhere. I look for them everywhere. Yeah, I definitely need to put all of this into one singular thing. And with this, I'm going to have to get rid of, yeah, let's get rid of these guys. Let's replace these as well before we forget. Let's do the half heart. You know, I could have sworn, did I get the wrong one for this? Health hurt. Yeah, I did. See? What we're going to have to do is this, though. We'll place that in here. How did this play beforehand? Okay, so I don't need to add the slash in there. This one's gonna be UI health full, I believe. And this one is Jesus. You assets. Oh no, you know what? I'm gonna be really safe and probably just copy that. Can I post links? Yeah, sure, go ahead. As long as it isn't anything, you know. What?
Last night, I'm trying to pick up hey marker on you. Will it get off?
Do you want me to get it off? I'm gonna help my kid. I'll be right back, guys. Oh, it didn't go through? Do me a favor, Season or Sir Syntaxed. Go ahead and join my Discord and post the link in there. I know it's a little bit more, but I'm too busy at the moment to try to set that up so you can post links or to allow it. I have to open up Twitch and all that. So I'm going to generate this link and send it here so you could just, yeah. Sorry, that works on my YouTube, not on my Twitch. I still have to do some love for you guys over there on that platform. I'll be right back, guys. Come on.
Will it get off?
Now you don't have a blue mustache. Yeah, let me know when you've sent it. Go ahead and send it in the, I think it's the random share. The German scientist. In one of the sharing ones, the random share. We'll check it out. Oh, man. I mean, I use this at some point, but it's saying that we're not using it at all. Expression result is not used. If this doesn't work, I'm going to go the lazy route. And I'm literally, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and do a thing and just make the assets here and load them that way. Because I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I thought it would be a nice way to get like an introduction and how to load things from file paths without making it too over convoluted. I saw a couple of other methods that just looked way too over convoluted, even though this is pretty much a lot just to get one thing done. So hopefully it works. Um, yeah. Let's get rid of all these. Oof. Go check it out. Deleted and random. Those articles go into more detail about the ECEs. Why was it deleted? That's interesting. It's probably because you don't have a something. Maybe you have to verify yourself, but that's fine. You don't have to right now. German scientist, I got them here in the logs. I got them. I think you have to verify yourself. Amin helped me out with the Discord, so he set up a lot of that. But I'm gonna go ahead and store these because I still get them in the logs. Yeah, sorry. It's these ones, right? Looks like it. Ah. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to read these later because this actually looks pretty interesting. And I think it would help me out with my own code. Thank you. I'm going to save these. File, save as, entity component system, articles. Yeah. The guy has like 8 parts of this, but I only sent you part 2, 3, 4 since they pretty much go into enough detail about how ECS works. Yeah, it's about kind of getting the basics without getting too into the basics. Yeah, I'm down. I'll have to at some point. I do want to make my own engine, but it's like it takes so long to do and then make a game after that. It's like, whew. By the way, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. If you subscribed on YouTube and your account is private, I won't see it. So if you have, thank you so much. God bless. I appreciate you. I don't think this is going to work. At least that's what I'm thinking in my head. We'll see if the code even compiles. Then we'll see if we don't crash on compile and if we don't crash on run. It ran. All right. Let's go ahead and say heart dot set art texture variables and then throw FHT, HAT, and FHT. And you said earlier you wanted to learn more about procedural generation. Just search up terms like implementing procedural generation and you should find plenty of articles explaining how it works. Yeah, I feel like I've done that, but it's like I can never figure it out. Let me see. Implementing procedural generation. Yeah. Yeah, here. This is this one, but this doesn't look like procedural generation. I mean, he's filling, I guess you could consider this like text. Like I get the for loop with the tile size and stuff like that and creating a Perlin noise, but attaching them and then loading them appropriately. Oh, okay. So you did find a lot of articles on it. So they're definitely out there. They're just, I guess I kind of lied in a sense because now that I'm looking, we have like stuff on this. But this Medium looks like a good place to learn maybe some stuff. But yeah, this is UE5. It's always really hard. Like they have a big video on here that I could probably watch. I know they have like a procedural generation tool now, I think. But that's what I want to add some of that into my game because I like randomness. Controlled randomness. Add to or canvas panel dot add child, and we'll add art in here, and I think that'll set that in there. Yeah, we have that white slab at the top left. You can't see it really, but that's how we get it in. It wouldn't be simple, I think, for my case scenario, but yeah, it would involve some Perlin noise at the end of the day because I think I want to do it for the background primarily, and then the foreground, I'll probably do more of a tile-based procedural generation. Also, I think it would just be a nice tool to have, like if I could make a tool like that. I have Houdini, so I could probably do something like that already, but to try, I want to make a tool where I could procedurally generate, like, I don't know, something like a level, and then, have it do so many. I can go through it and add stuff and then save that stuff and then use that later on for things. So we've added the heart. Oh, actually, and we should see if those textures were loaded appropriately, which I don't know if they have been. I know in Unity it's really easy to find those things out, but it's like, I wish, like visually you could see it, but I wish I could look into the designer and find out that way as well, because then, I would know for a fact. Particle event manager, HUD. I know it's in the HUD. HUD instance. There should also be plenty of resources. Techniques are usually really interesting. I'm sure they're in some generation too. Yeah. I'll figure it out. I'm happy that God pulled me into streaming all this stuff, man, because my work ethic, I feel, was sparse, and now that I stream it, I kind of have to like work and do stuff. So something always gets done Monday through Friday, no matter what. I will say today, though, I have a huge headache, and trying to work through it is not the funnest. Show HUD, collision, include actor in the HUD. I mean, I could try to open up the widget to see if it's added, but that we don't see that, right? We know that it's been added because of right here. But other than that, that's it. Let's try setting the image to something. Let's see if I can even do that. So before we add that in here, let's go. We'll do that. Boom. And say art dot image set. We can set the brush, right? Image. Maybe there's an image of some sorts. Oh, okay. And we can call this heart dot full heartful. I don't know. We might want to change heart dot set opacity or color and opacity. We do F linear color, and we are going to do something where we convert this to F color sRGB, and then in here we do F color, right? This is obviously that, and then after we do this, we will say to hex, and in here we're going to print the hex. Let's go into our health heart because I know it is right here. And I can get rid of that. I never needed that, but in here I can do that and go bloop. F linear color. I've done this before and it's worked. Right. What's wrong with it now? F linear color. That's crazy. I had this work yesterday. I'm probably typing it in wrong. I'm gonna grab me something to drink. BRB in 3 minutes. I'll see you in 3 minutes, man. Thank you for chilling today. F linear color. If we just do like black, right? That works. But if we do 2F color or 2, okay, from that, and then we say F color, because now we're converting it. So we have to convert, and then we have to say from hex, and this takes a string, and that's how we do it, I believe. We'll see if that works, guys. I don't know. This has been a long process for me. I think like 2 days now we've been working on this. And while it's set the opacity, it hasn't set the brush, which to me tells me that we're not getting it. So let's try just putting FHT in here. And this is EHT, not FHT. Yeah. And if it hasn't done it, then I'm assuming we haven't gotten it. Right? But for instance, if I were to just do it the way I feel like I should have been doing it the whole time, right, guys? And just being like texture, texture 2D, texture, or full health texture. I'm back. Welcome back. All right, let's do this, and then we'll put this to full heart texture. Right, this should work. Full health texture. All right, I did it wrong. But yeah, if we compile that in our widget, we will have, I believe, a new U property in the graph that we can literally put the UI health full, right? Let's see if we could set it this way, because if it does it this way, then we know we're just doing it wrong. And at that point, I'll probably just give up on this and just, instead of getting lost down that path, you know, taking up too much time. No, it didn't do it. Why isn't it doing it? What'd you miss? I'm currently trying to see if I should just do this from a U property. Because I tried running it and it's not working. So I was like, maybe we're not getting it. I can't, there's no way for me to see if it gets added, right? On runtime. Like if I were to play this in Unity, you would see this, right? You'd see it get added in the hierarchy. But here, I don't get any of that. So trying to figure out how to. Can't really help you too much. Sorry, I don't really know the ins and outs of you. You're fine, man. I just appreciate you being here and hanging out and talking. That's all that matters to me. You know, I enjoy the interaction and being social, right? And just being around like-minded individuals. I would have never learned about ECS if you didn't come in here talking about it, right? Or the use cases of an Arduino and a, you know, Raspberry Pi in regards to, like, you know, robotics and smaller things such as the little light panel I want to make. So yeah, but I don't know why I'm setting the brush, set brush from asset, use slate brush asset, soft material, soft texture. I mean, that's interesting that it's from a soft texture, because then I could definitely use full heart text. Here, full heart text. Oh, not that. What did I do? Full heart text. I don't even know if I'm getting this. It's saying that this expression is not used. When do I use it? We get that. We set the path in here. Right. Then we load synchronously. Interesting. Full health texture. I know it's got to be like setting that texture though on there now. It's got to be. Because we're passing this. We know this is an actual thing. We've set it up to be an actual thing. But it's not working. Maybe it's because it's a pointer. I don't know. But it looks like that's what it needs. Yeah. We have our textures here. We have a set and heart texture variables that essentially set these things up. We just equal them to this, and they become those things. Sorry, I always do that. What am I doing wrong? I know that I'm creating the heart. I'm also setting the brush from soft texture. Do I need to do it after I add it to the child? I didn't have to do that with color and opacity, but maybe it's something I can do only after it's been added as a child to the canvas. I don't know. Nope, that doesn't work. Let's try full heart texture. Full health texture. That could be very much it. Hey, it worked. It worked. Okay. Thank you. No, I decided to use an actual reference I can set in the editor instead of trying to do it through a file path. I feel like I'm running into an issue right here. We can set a brush from the a soft object pointer. It is a thing, like a soft texture I have right here, or set brush from texture. From texture, run that again. I mean, it's working fine now, but we have to also set the position of the image. Right. We also want to match the size, but I guess it doesn't want to do that. If true, image will change its size to texture size. So let's do true. Apparently that's running an issue. I'm going to have to change the size of all these anyways. And before I go ahead and do all that. Okay, these are this. This is the position. So the size, we'll have to set the size. Oh, this is a slot, a canvas panel slot. But this is on the image. I don't know if this inherits it. Let's look at image. Does this have a get slate linear, get linear? I guess U widgets all have a canvas panel slot, maybe. Canvas panel slot. U canvas panel slot. I don't know if that's something that gets added automatically, right? But the whole idea is that we'd essentially bring this in. We would set those particular things from that. So, oh, hey, Susan Tax, follow. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I appreciate the support and the knowledge. I like the knowledge a lot. But we did it. Now we just need to... I'm not going to get too caught up on everything, but the big issue here is I don't know when we get that canvas panel slot, because it's native in this widget. As we've discussed, we have a component, the slot canvas panel slot, and this is what's going to change the position, where it's anchored, which is something necessary for us to do. I have an offset so I can essentially tell the computer how far I want these to spawn from each other, right? And then after that, I can just use the array index of these particular thing, or the ID index that's in the class, to access them and then change them depending on the health of the character, which is the idea. And I want to get that done today. But I don't know. It's 1 o'clock already. It's funny, man. I always feel like I can do this in so many hours, and it just never, ever ends up being that easy for me. We're learning. But we can go ahead and get rid of all this. This is pointless. But it is good to know that this whole little bit right here, the project content directory, that's good to know in case I ever try to revisit this in the future. But we're gonna have to figure out why it went bad here at the load synchronous or synchronize or synchronously. It's one of those. But yeah, let's go ahead and we are going to go to my user widget. We're going to create several other references of these. Half health texture, empty health texture. How long will you be streaming for, by the way? I'm going to have a short break around 3:40, 3:50 because I have to pick up my fiance from her job. But I'll be back. I'll be streaming to about 5 p.m. PST today. And I might continue that for the next couple of weeks because of Christmas vacation. But Monday and Wednesday, or Monday to Wednesday next week, will be my regular schedule, which is 10 a.m. PST to 2 p.m. PST. And that's only because if I were to come back and stream, there would just be too many interruptions. I have to pick up too many people, right? But yeah, if you want to ever hang out, 10 a.m. PST, Monday through Friday. If I decide to stream on the weekends, that'll be disclosed in the Discord. I'm going to start incorporating my Twitter soon here and like Instagram and all that once I get a social kit going. Woo! 2 a.m. for you? Yeah, man, stay as long as you want. I'm just happy you're here, you know? It's crazy that it's that late. What are you working on right now? Are you just hanging out? Empty health texture. We have all these. Compile. Oh yeah, we also, sorry, I've had a complete brain fart. We want to go to heart dot full health heartful, which is a texture, because we're supposed to be setting that here. Currently it's 10 p.m. Not that I'm using your stream to procrastinate. No, now I feel bad. I feel like I'm withholding you from marvelous things, man. Well, I'm happy you're having a good time. That's all that matters to me. Let's see. What am I thinking? Oh yeah, I have to go in here. And this is another reason why I didn't want to do this, because every time I do this, I will have to go in here and hand set these myself, and that's a pain in the butt, or something that I particularly don't want to do. But it's fine. I'm not going to waste more time on trying to figure out how to get reference towards that, to that. It's probably super simple. I was probably really close, but I'm not going to wrestle my way if there's an easier way. I half want to work on it, but the other half of me doesn't want to, so I'm here instead. I mean, you can work on it and hang out and chill. Like a work sesh, man. You're working, I'm working, we're all being productive. And don't get me wrong, I procrastinate. Nah. This is a part of the day where you go into your kitchen, right? And you get the nachos ready. I feel like I know how that's going to end. You'll just end up talking and chilling. I feel it. That's how it always ends. Procrastination Nation, ladies and gentlemen. That is the squad group we're making here on the channel. Procrastination Nation. I feel like I know how that's... F it, why not? Yeah. Remember, try to not curse, my friend. Sorry, that was me trying to make a funny accent. Well, not funny accent, but that's Unreal Android Files server running. Is this still running that? Holy crap. So set and heart texture variables, full health texture, half health texture, empty health texture. We set those up, which we have to on the creation. We could set the opacity and stuff, but I'm probably going to minimize this into like a set function. My bad. Sometimes it just flops out. Bad habit. You're fine. As long as it's not like every other word. I just have to say it because I have to. You know, it's like the reason why they have those freaking advertisement signs everywhere that are like, buckle your seatbelt. Buckle your seatbelt. And you're like, I know. It's already buckled. It's already buckled. But for the people that, you know, that's not buckled, they buckle it up. Yeah, this headache. So now that we've done this, we've set the textures, we've set the color, we've added the child to the canvas. Can we get access? Because like I said, heart dot canvas panel slot. Slot dot I wouldn't say get, but set position. What if we put get and then go set position? We're going to have to figure out how to get a hold of the slot position. My fingers type faster than I have time to think about it, so sometimes it happens. My bad. I'll try not to, though. I appreciate that, and you're fine. I try to make it a light warning. I never like going into streams where people are like mean about it. Ria over at YouTube says, I gotta go. Hope you have a good rest of the day and good weekend. We'll be working on the garden this evening. Bye. Thank you, Ria, for joining. Everyone say bye, Ria. Everyone on Twitch say bye, Ria. I know you don't know Ria, which is why you should go to YouTube, because Ria is a wonderful person, a great 3D modeler, and you should get to know her. And vice versa for you all on YouTube. Come over to Twitch. Come say hi to everyone. We're going to try to get the chats more synchronized here on the channel. I'm thinking we put, the chat overlay somewhere, but Byria question mark. Yeah, there we go. I appreciate it, Syntaxed. I appreciate it. Byria. I will see you next time, or next time I see you. So how do I get the control panel slot? Are control panel slots a part of U widgets, or do U widgets get them when added onto a canvas? Let's try to heart.get widget. Gets the last created widget. Does not recreate. We can set the image size. We can get the image size brush. So we know we can set the image size there. Like we could, you know, image size and, you know, put it to, what is it, 45 and 40 .f. I don't know. What is it? Use slate in image size. F depreciated vector 2D parameter. Why can't I just put a vector 2 parameter in the bad boy, huh? Do I just say image size now? Size of the resource in slate units. Oh man, now I gotta learn slate. Looking at Pascal case for variables still confuses me. Pascal code. Pascal. It's like rascal. I gotta look that up. Pascal code. As a small, efficient language intended to encourage good programming practices. Pascal code. What is it based off of? C? Not code case? Okay. What is Pascal? I know Pascal code. It says it's supposed to encourage like good programming etiquette, right? But I don't know what that fully entails because I'm still learning. Set image size. It says depreciated vector 2D parameter. Why would I do that? Why would I torture myself? Right? Depreciated vector slate depreciate. Oh my god. What is it? Slate. UE slate. UE slate. F depreciated vector 2D parameter. Image size. My image size. Capital case, as in that they start the variables with the capitals. Most languages I've used, they use camel case, where it's the lowercase. Python, they do like the little underscore, right? Yeah. Because you think it's going to be a function, but it's not. I know for camel case, you use capital purely for functions. Like that was the Unity thing. And then you would do camel case for, or Pascal for the functions, camel case for the, like variables. My image size equals, I don't know. Can I just say freaking F vector 2D or something? I can. 45, 40. And then I put my image size here. For that in particularly, let's look at what we got. We have 32 by 32, but the size on here is completely different. So our size on here, but for it's a 21, really off. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm used to. And some languages do other things, but they almost always differentiate between classes and variables, but UE4 just doesn't. Yeah, right? They're like, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. which I guess I kind of have because I just have to different, you know, I just try something until I get it to work. Oh, you know, I could set these in the creation of the widget, right? And then use the f string path to get that. And then on the widget creation, we can just set those things. Yeah, we'll keep that in mind for later. But we ain't doing that right now. So right now, I'm assuming it's making 2 hearts. But because we can't get to the canvas slot, or we can't see what's inside the canvas, let's look it up. How to see if objects or U widgets are being added to canvas on runtime. The child widget of a canvas slot. Sorry, we don't want that. I'm so confused. Do I need to do this and just get the canvas, plug in the widget, and then that's how we get the canvas for it? And from what I can tell, this doesn't even do anything. I mean, we could log it and be like, oh, this ran twice to see that we're at least creating something. Log temp, warning. Yeah, I guess. I saw something the other day. And someone was like, if you log things out or like print them out, you're not a real programmer. And I was like, I guess I'm not a real programmer. They're like, you should use breakpoints. And I'm like, I guess, but I'd have to download like 50 gigabytes worth of information to add that. And I ain't trying to add that. It's too much work, which is probably why, yeah, I might have to try that. Created text, heart created. Yeah, we want to put an X here. So whenever it comes, oh yeah, we want to put D, not F. I am a D. Oh Lord. Yeah, so hearts created 1. It's created 1 and that's it. Really? It's only creating 1, it should create 2. What is the heart amount? I'm setting the set heart amount. I'm getting the total health. The total health is 4, and I'll show you that because if we go to UE log and we log temp, right? Warning, and we put the text here, and I were to put, you know, total health, and then say D, and then put health comp ref, and put total health, this should print out 4. And if we're dividing by 2 to get that, we should be having it. Sometimes breakpoints is a lot easier, yeah, especially when you need to know the correct value or whatever, but pretty much everyone uses a debug text just to see if a specific code runs, so it doesn't really matter. That's why I do it. I'm like, did I even reach this function? You know? That's primarily why I do it. I'm like, did I even get here? Let's see if this does that. For like breakpoints, typically I would use it on something like this so I could read what the value was of heart amount instead of printing it out or writing it out because it just takes more time. But for Unreal, like if we go to Epic Games, right? You can adjust the Unreal Engine to provide the symbols, right? If I go over here and I were to, I think, what options, you can add editor symbols, but look how much gigabytes that is, yo. Almost 80 gigabytes. It might as well be 80 gigabytes. It's 79.41. That's ridiculous. That's a lot of gigabytes. Even I use a debug text a lot just to see if a specific code runs, same. But when I get errors or whatever, things run the way I don't intend to, that's when I use breakpoints to get the full debugger. Yeah, I'd like to say I do. But it's a really case-to-case scenario for me. It's like one of those things it's like what I feel like doing. I'm not like super specific. Yes. Right, I'll show you again. I don't know if you could see it right here, 79.41 gigabytes. It's right, dude. Editor symbols for debugging. Yeah. Yes, it is. It's really crazy. Which is why I haven't done it, because I don't have that much storage. You know? I still play games on this PC, so I don't have enough storage. So I should have 2 hearts, but I'm only having 1 created. If X is less than the heart amount. Oh. Less or equal. Because then it'll run on 2. But, yeah. If I had it... Yeah, there we go. Heart created 2. It's creating 2 hearts now. Dumb me. Honestly, I should just put this to 0. But on 4, yeah, and then do less than. Because that'll run the same. Like, with any other engine I've used, especially no, we want it to be 1. And we'll set it to 1 or equal because we use the X as the ID. And I don't want to access it from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 to get this. I don't want 6 to be 7. I want the 7th health to be 7. Yeah, it is totally insane. They need to, I don't know. I guess they can't minimize it. I'll just need to get a bigger hard drive or something, which I'll probably do in January or during tax return season. Like with any other engine I've used, especially with the ones where you can use Visual Studio, you can just, debug. Yeah, like Unity, you can just debug and it's fine. Those are one of the reasons why I like Unity. I like Unreal a whole lot more than Unity for some reasons, but in this case scenario, I couldn't see how many hearts are spawning. I can't click open the thing like in Unity. You would unpossess the character. They call it possessing in this particular case. And in here you would have your canvas in the editor, or the hierarchy, you would say, right? And you could just go in there and you would see all the lists of all the things that are being added to it. Now they don't have that in this particular case, which is fine, but I would love to know if there's a way to access that information. I know you can go to HUD and maybe do something. I know HUD is, Jesus, it's created. Yeah, it's Pilot Hub. Move the selected actor around using the viewport. Yeah. I know this is what stores all that information. So if I could open up the HUD, maybe I could see. Let's see. How do you access HUD in UE5? How do you see what's in a HUD? Yeah. There's no way to see it. Oh. Oh. But yeah, we have our hearts. I need to find a way to access their control panel slot. We're creating 2 hearts now, but I have to find a way to access those things so I can get a hold of something else. So what I'm assuming I'll have to do is create a U canvas panel slot reference. Canvas panel slot CPS. I don't know. Equals by the way, I'm gonna check on my kid really quick. I'll be right back. Hey, are you doing all right? Be safe. I know, but doing that's not safe. Hurt yourself. I had to go. Sure enough, the kid's swinging around in there on her ladder. She's got a bunk bed. I saw CPS and I was like, man, I should check on my kid more to make sure she's okay when she's home sick from school. And I've given her medicine. I gave her food. And I check on here and there, but I feel like I could do it more. But I just get absorbed into the work, you know? I think people know. But I go in there and sure enough, she's swinging around her ladder into her bunk bed. And I'm thinking, I thought you were sick. She threw up last night and she had a fever this morning. But I guess kids are just different, man. They can be sick and still do all that stuff and not even, feel like crap. So here we're going to say I'm going to treat a heart like I would treat a player, like the main character, where it has components. So I'm going to treat the image or the U image that I've made like a player in the sense where I'm going to try to access the canvas slot by getting it as a component or something. Kids are never sick enough to stop being wild little creatures, right? They could be knocking on heaven's door, running around like mad men or mad women. I heart. So I guess in here we say get. What could we get here? Get type hash. That's not it. Let's see if I can ask ChatGPT how to get reference to a U. Yeah, I think health heart is, yeah, it's a U image, right? It's wrapped in a canvas panel slot. Okay. So I would use what? It's not iHeart, it's heart slot. And that's it. Returns the slot. I use both. I use also the Unreal forums. I'll cross-reference a lot of things. Like I'm checking that, but I also have like this. So I'll look it up on there. And also like the coolest thing about GPT is you could say like, ChatGPT, explain inheritance to me like a 5-year-old kid, and it'll give you like a entire explanation of it, right? I could type in what is ECS, explain to me like I'm a 5-year-old kid, and it'll do it. So it's a good learning tool, right? But I don't use it to like write out my entire code. And it's kind of like Slack Overflow. Like people don't know One thing I've learned is how to look at other people's code and use that to implement into my code and my use case purposes, right? And I don't think people know how to do that. Like ChatGPT is a nice tool, but you have to question the tool because it can if you just take everything in it word for word, it'll just get thrown off, right? I remember one time it was telling me that I needed something to get another thing, and I was like, no, I don't. I don't need that. So I looked it up on the Unreal forums and found out I didn't. But it's just since it has access immediately to all the internet, it's like, why not ask that thing? I might even get Gemini and start asking Gemini about stuff. Like Stack Overflow is great for explanation on how to implement something, but you shouldn't just copy plus paste because you won't be able to understand what it does, so you won't be able to change it or improve it to your needs. Exactly. And that's what coming down to like reading code is. I took C++. I was on the process of getting a bachelor's in computer science. And my teacher got mad at me and accused me of using the internet for code because I was reading documentation and the STD API on Microsoft. And we were creating a Photoshop application, Photoshop-like application with ASCII code. And I developed a fill function for it using, there was like I forget the function in particular, but there was like a STD function that you could grab a hold of every single symbol on screen. So I grabbed a hold of that symbol and I just changed the color of it. So like when you would select a color, it would take everything of that symbol or that color in the area and it would change the color of it. Yeah, I know. He was like, you copy code. It's all right. He was Islamic. He's like, I do it too. So I was like, I didn't just copy and paste it, man. I'm sorry. But hey, at least I know what you're into. I mean, it's fine. But he had this very and I don't want to feel like I'm trashing him because I don't like doing that because I don't like it when people do that to me. But he had this library that he made us use. And no one liked the library because it was not placed together well at all. Like most libraries, you can just essentially insert it into your project and then use those libraries, right? And it's very quick, it's very easy. But you couldn't do it that way. And I couldn't figure out for the life of me. I tried adding it into the directory. It still didn't work. So I had to create an entire solution based off of it. I even tried making a library out of it, and I couldn't do it. So, yeah. But sometimes if it's not easy enough, you have to read documentation. It's one of the reasons why I learned. And then I got a good buddy who has a bachelor in computer science. He's the one who pointed me in the direction of like sets and vectors and stuff like that. And it did help in the long run. I don't know why this isn't working. The parent slot of the U widget allows you to easily inline edit the layout controlling this widget. Inline, but doesn't inline essentially mean like creating a inline? Like if I were to make a definition of this, I could put it inline so it's in the header instead of the CPP file. Did I finish college? I got an associate's in game design. And then I switched my degree to a bachelor in computer science. And I never finished because I know some people will look at this poorly, but I felt a real drive to work on this game. I felt like it was my purpose, like I'm drawn to it. And I like school, I like learning, but it was difficult with a kid because, it's a lot of in labs. Like I did everything up to chemistry 2. I was getting into calculus, biology, all of that. So I finished college to a degree. I got my GE and did a little bit above that, but I never fully finished with a bachelor's. Even though eventually I'm hoping with some of the funds I make from this game in the future, I can go back as a part-time student and pursue that. Because I would very much love to. I like learning. I like exercising my brain. If you don't exercise your brain, you know, you're just wasting it. So I have a canvas panel slot, but this isn't taking to this. And it's not because maybe I need this to be a reference. I don't know. No, that's not what it is. Slow slot, a U panel slot. So this is a panel slot, not a canvas slot. Panel. But yeah, even in here, it's like maybe I can get a U panel widget, see? I mean, let's try a U panel widget. Even though it... Yeah, see, I can't even get that. What about you? You went to school for game development, right? Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, I think it's passion and drive. Like, no one's gonna get like if you show them your the stuff you've been doing in between then and then, or between here and then, or even in the past. I'm sure they'll be like, "Oh, this guy's got a lot of knowledge. Yeah, let's throw him in." They see that passion, that drive. That's all that matters. I'm 30, man. 32. I do have work experience, but not too much in the. I have a game on the mobile market that's actually doing pretty good. It's got like 10K downloads and all that. Right, but other than that, I don't have much experience. Yeah, like I can't. There's got to be a way to get access to this freaking thing, man. Like, and this is what I'm talking about. U canvas panel slot, image cast. Oh, they use a cast. And then they cast it using, okay. That makes a lot more sense. That's what I was originally trying to do. But I didn't know that you could... I didn't know that you could use the slot as a reference in a cast. Sorry, it's slot. Canvas panel slot equals, and then yeah, cast. And they say that you can just literally put that in here and then get the U canvas panel slot. I don't know if that's the case. It is the case. And that would have taken me years to find out if I went anywhere else. Yeah. Went to a Dutch college, MBO Niveu for game development. But in September, when the universities open, I want to go for a bachelor's in electrical engineering, since I do want to go in that direction in my future. And I think that's a really good direction because electrical engineering is needed everywhere because of just all the technology and stuff, right? First, I wanted to just work, so I mistakenly decided not to apply, but sucks to be me. And in the north part of our country where I currently live, there isn't much work opportunity for my field, so I've been out of luck. So in September, I'll go for a bachelor, which should way increase my work opportunity. I agree. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I mean, we can only play with the cards given to us But as long as you're trying, that's all that matters. And that's how I'm trying to look at my life. At least I'm here trying. And hopefully that's all that matters. We'll see if this works right now. Set position. And I do have, where is it? Horizontal health UI starting position. We'll find out if this works. Have you thought of any like engineering? Yeah, it works. I feel like Berkeley going, yay. You remember he'd always do that awkward hey, yay after everything. Yay. I would always be like, you're lucky you've taught me how to do some pretty cool crap. Yeah, so like the last half year, I was in a very bad spot financially, but I'm also kind of turning that around and getting ready for college and making sure everything is prepared for that. Yeah. Finances are rough. I'm very fortunate. I'm a stay-at-home dad right now, but I'm a poor one at that. I could be better. So slowly turning things around, and hopefully by September, I hope that everything will be rolling again, since currently the ball kind of stopped. You know, as a Christian, I believe God is in control of everything. So as a Christian friend, I'll say this to you. I think these moments happen on purpose and they stink in some cases, but I think that's depending on how you look at it. I feel like this is a moment for you to settle down and have a breather and to actually look at your life to know what you really want to do, right? Because that's all really you can do right now. This is your planning stage. This is your internal stage where you can kind of look at your life, look at yourself, reflect on it, and figure out the best path forward. And that's what you're doing. So, life can change in an instant, from what I've heard. So yeah, it works. Honestly though, in Health Heart, on its conception, I want to create this. Because I feel like this is something that should be a part, my canvas, my panel slot. Yeah, I know. A little under a month ago, I decided to stipple out everything and planning out exactly what I need to do and what I want to do. So I'm slowly working on that. Yeah. And in the meantime, you enjoy some good food, you hang out with family, you talk to friends, you relax, and you catch a breather, right? It's a meditation moment, man. You just gotta vibe with it, bro. And learn how to go with the flow. You know what I mean? Sorry. I'm becoming too much. It's not quite like the mystical dream that I first wanted, but I learned the hard way. Life don't swing that way. Yeah. That's how I see it too. That's the sad truth. It's not a mystical dream. But I'll tell you this, sometimes my life do be feeling like anime though, man. As a Christian, there's like moments where I'm like, man, God really is real. And it's just such an ethereal feeling because, I know some people out there don't believe. And, I completely respect that. But for me, I spent so long feeling like, maybe he wasn't real. When that turned around, it was like a big old. But yeah, on creation, on construction, I think I should get this, right? And I feel like when it's constructed is when it's being created here. My naive self a year ago was like, after college, I'll work for 2 years. There won't be any problems, and then I'll move abroad. I still have the same end goal, but realistically, it's going to be a bit of a longer road to get there. Yeah, and you know, I'm going to be real with you, man. There's a lot of electrical engineers needed in game development. You know, I mean, look at games like Guitar Hero or that one skateboard game where you rode the skateboard, Rocksmith, all that stuff. You know, um, people use that in game development. You know, to make controllers, to make consoles. So if you're still into that stuff afterwards, it's still something you can pursue. Yeah, and that's also kind of the direction. So that's why you want to make like applicable hardware to applications. I like that. Oh man, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. But yeah, let's create void create reference to panel slot. And essentially we would do what we did over here, my user widget. Right. And this will, I don't know. I feel like this is something the heart should have on it. It should have a reference to that. This slot. And then we'll actually copy that. And we can do this on create reference to panel slot. And that way, right when we create this, we're getting that reference to the panel slot here. And then we can access that here. And then, I can say, instead of all of this, right, I can say heart dot my panel slot dot set position and all that. We'll see if it works right now. Yeah. Like the university here has 3 fields within electrical engineering. One is like full on electrical engineering. One is more like working with factory machines, Etic, and there's the third one, which is the one I want to do. And it's the one is sensor technology, which focuses more on that side, like drones, controllers, things like that. Well, I like those ones as well because it's oh no, I created it before it was even there. So let's go ahead and remove that, right, guys? We're going to remove that. We're going to go in here. We're going to build the solution. Once the solution rebuilds, we're going to open up the project, and we're going to place this in a healthier area. I don't know. What is it, like set native? And that university is an English-speaking course, unlike the other ones where most people there are internationally or are international and they have an international relations. So hopefully that would make it easier to move abroad as well. Yeah, that networking is very important in all spans of life. It's as they say, your network is your net worth. But I have a hard time networking with people because there's not a lot of, Christians who think games are good, I guess. I don't know. So still dreaming big, but slightly more realistic than just work with barely a degree and move abroad with no connections. True, but you never know, man. Crazier things have happened to people. Like, is it a little unrealistic? Yeah, but is it impossible? No. So I wouldn't say that you were far off to believe those things. So don't beat yourself up too much, man. It's just some things don't go as planned sometimes, and that's okay. That is a-okay. You know? Let's do a virtual void here. Actually, I'll do this above everything. I think we have access to the virtual void. Yeah, well, we're creating this on that. So on its creation, we should pass in and create those by setting them, and then we get a reference to it. But networking doesn't mean they all need to share your religion, right? Yeah, 100%. 100%. I don't like to live like that. Everybody has the everyone has free will, in my opinion. Yeah, we're gonna have to create something that we call when we're after we've created it to set it. Sadly. But that's fine. So instead of calling it in here, which I would prefer to have, where is it? Health heart. Maybe I can even call this in here because I know I'm always going to call that. I can even put it in here. I can put it in one of here. Create reference to panel slots. Hey, I know it's not smart probably, but it's one way to get it done, right? Is it good for someone else who's going to work on this? Probably not. But I think it'll work. Or it won't work. How is that an issue? You know what it is? It's because it hasn't been created. I say this, but maybe I go health, heart. Slot. I don't know. Maybe I can do that and I access the actual code or the class instead of saying this. Game updates. I don't think it'll work, guys, but we'll try it. Build. Yeah. I want a studio. Like I said, it essentially build failed. Why? Hold up. I think my kid just. Hey, are you okay? No. She's fine. Yeah, I want it to be a place where, because there's not too many Christians out there, man. We don't have a place to work and praise God, you know, and that's just the sad truth of it all. I want a place where a Christian can work without feeling like they're compromising their faith, right? I think I'm casting this entirely wrong, and in fact, I guess I will have to pass in instead of this right here, U health heart. Heart object, right? And then we can say heart object dot slot, I think. Yeah. And then we'll go ahead and put that in here. You mentioned that's respectable at least. Yeah. But will it get done? We don't know. I'll keep dreaming, and hopefully, you know, everyone has a place where I feel like they can work in regards to this. So for me, that's one of the reasons why I'm doing it. Cause, I was playing like, and don't get me wrong, this could have been fine for that person, but I beat Borderlands 3, and there was a Christian guy that worked on the game, and the thing about the game is that the main protagonist is Lilith, And while to some people that's fine because, you know, they look up to her and their religion. But to us, that's like the opposite, you know? So I was like, man, did this guy do this because he just didn't know or think about it? Or did he have to compromise a little bit? And I just don't feel like that's right to do to someone. Oh man, I'm getting so hungry, but I'm gonna wait till like 5. What's with Lilith? I played it, and from what I know, she's just a protagonist. She's a character that's been in the game several times. She's just like one of the protagonists amongst like the person you play. She has like fire powers and all this stuff. Oh, what? So in Borderlands, it's that, but in like biblical or like when it comes to referencing it to the Bible, Lilith supposedly, now this isn't in the Bible, but it's like a little thing that some people have that they believe, and it kind of contradicts the Bible, which makes it kind of taboo for us. Because Lilith, apparently before Eve, there was Lilith and she wouldn't lay with Adam. So she eventually becomes like. So essentially, God makes Eve and yada, and Lilith becomes like this evil demon thing. And it's just like completely unrelated in that sense, right? It's just weird. So it's kind of like against the religion almost. Yeah. Well, she isn't in the Bible, right? But people say, like, if you look it up, people will say that that's what it's about. But if you're someone who's, you know, into mythology and stuff like that, like me, you know that. If you're not, you don't know that, you know? But personally, like, I just know if it was me working on that, if it was me working on that project, I would feel completely like weird. I'd be like, eh. So that's why I'm doing this, because I want to give people that option to be like, yeah, I don't want to do that. And they have a place to work and they're happy and they love life. And they can scream stuff like, praise the Lord, when they're in the building, you know? Because I do that a lot, dude. I get it from my dad. So I'll be in there chilling. I don't want like people to be like, what the hell is up with that guy always screaming, praise the Lord? But I feel like there's people like me out there. No, but I've heard stories. Yeah, see. So it's like, it's not common knowledge, but it is not knowledge that you'll get. Yeah. It's definitely one of those things. But it's like, I don't hate people like that, right? Like for me, all I can do as a Christian is try to do good for people, right? Help people who are in need. You know, that's what the Bible preaches. Help those in need, right? You know, I don't see it as my job to bring down judgment, although I've been known to like educate people on the Bible, right? But when it comes to like invoking this and doing that, I don't believe in that, because like in Revelations, Jesus is the one who comes and does that, right? So to me, I'm not into all the people online who get mad and stuff. Are you kidding me? Again? Okay. This should work fine now because I'm passing in this hard object, and then the hard object in here is getting this and then doing it like that. But I guess it's not working. So I'm just going to get rid of this and just do it once. And if I have to, I will just, you know. You know what it is? It's probably this code, this tidbit here. Gotta love the crashes, dude. It's what brings enjoyment to our lives, you know. Canvas panel slot dot dot. What was I trying to do again? Oh yeah, set position. And we have this, boom. So the set position works now. But the only issue is that like we have to do everything in here, and I would have loved to kind of separate this out, right? Which is why I wanted to create a reference to this panel slot in here, which I know I should be able to do easily. But I guess it might have to do with the fact that the canvas is in here or something weird. A try catch statement if you want. How do you do a try catch? Try catch. Catch. Maybe it's this. Let me see what try catch in UE5 C++. Yeah, there isn't a built-in try catch. However, provides its own error handling system using the ensure and check macros. Here's an example of how error handling can be done in UE5 using ensure. Oh, that's sick. Huh. That's cool. So you heard me read that, right? They don't have, and that's why I use this, because it's like seconds. I don't have to scour the internet. But I will have to remember that, because my big problem with Google and ChatGPT is like information will be there so quick for us that I feel like it's going to mess with the cognitive part of our minds. I think people used to memorize things so well back in the day because, you know, the process of getting information was a lot more difficult. One, there wasn't as much information as there was now, so you'd have to go to the library, read a book, you'd have to research, study, try out your own experiments and stuff like that, right? So you retain the information a lot more because you had to do a lot more to get that information. It was more precious in your eyes. Now information is at the tip of our fingertips. It's not as precious. So Google search, you find what you want. You know, ChatGPT, you find what you want. And it isn't good, in my opinion, for the cognitive abilities of the human race. Yeah, the information is very much a blessing and a curse. I agree 100%. It's nice to have at your fingertips, but, you know, that's the drawback of it. And trying to remember that. Maybe I need to start a log. I have, like, development logs, but I'm a learning log for myself. A dissertation, you might say, of what I've done for the day and what I've learned. So then I can better to retain this information in the future. But yeah, now we can set the position of this. But we'll have to do like if, you know, x is equal to 1, right? We would set the position at this exact position, right? Else, if x is greater than anything, then, you know, and honestly, I need to do this outside because I'm not going to run that check every time. We would have to create a local f vector 2D in here. And be careful if you ever start this. You don't need the lowercase d. Yes, indeed, my friend, it is. Sorry. Offset pose, which is equal to f vector capital 2D. And this is going to have I think on the Y, we're going to want the health comp, the health UI starting position. On top of this, we're going to want a float, right? New X, I guess we can call it. And this is going to be the float that we add an offset to it. The thing is or new X offset, I guess we can call it. Because what we're going to have to do here is we're going to have to get the offset that we currently have, which is a horizontal offset. We're going to have to multiply that times the X. Okay, so in this case, we're not 1, right? We're not 1. Honestly, I could probably keep this out of here, and this would be my way of implementing this without an if else, which let's do. That saves some time, I think, in the overall grand scheme of things. Are we creating some extra stuff? Yeah. But we're going to create a float, a new X offset with an horizontal offset of X. So if this is 30, when X is 1, it'll be 30. When X is 2, it'll be 60, so on and so forth. So when we create the offset pose here, we're going to plug in the health starting position, right? Dot X, because we want this to move horizontally. The position to move horizontally. We're going to put that, but we're going to add on the horizontal offset of that. Actually, we have to go back because the first original set pose doesn't even have an offset. So I am going to have to start it without an offset and then add that offset. Didn't know UE5 didn't have it. True, because regular C+ does. The information also very much. Yeah, I thought you said something. So yeah, we're going to have to go back to this. Let's just go back to here because although I kind of hate having to create this information every time we make a heart, right? That's not very optimized in my head. As someone who's worked intensively with these things, do you feel like that's optimized? Syntaxed? Do you think it matters that I'm creating a float every, loop? Oh, it's fine. I probably, because I started talking a lot. No, so I'm essentially saying on the first iteration, we don't want an offset, but everything after the first iteration of the for loop, we want an offset added to the position of the image that we're about to place, right? With that being said, one, we're adding another if statement to it, okay? That's going to be, 1 millisecond. And then on top of that, we're also creating a new X offset every single thing. I mean, we're doing that regardless. It's not optimal to create a variable every loop. What do you think would be more optimal for me to do? To just have this hand set already? I mean, I kind of have to. No. I could just put that in there, multiply it, and do it that way. Because I could hard code this, right, into just a non-exposed private float. That's true. That is true. That is true. We can do that. So you're saying like this, and then we'd do a new X offset equals this, and then the offset pose, we can just add that here, right? Because we still have the new X offset. which we want to do new X offset instead of the offset pose. But then it runs into this issue. Maybe I could just do what I did here. True. I can just set it equal to that in here. Offset pose is equal to this. Doom, 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 doom. New X offset, offset pose. We got the canvas panel slot. And we are now going to plug in offset pose here. So we've created this outside, so we're not creating it every time. So you know what the original value is. So I could just say .f here for that, and then offset pose can be f vector 2d dot 0. We don't have dot 0. There we go. And you're saying that just so I know when it's changed, and when it's not, it's not. I'll keep that in mind for future endeavors. The canvas panel slot set position, we throw in the offset. And it's just good practice because you don't want the compiler to just give it a random value without you knowing what the value is. True, because it could give it a very large random value. Am I right in assuming that? And I've done this without even building the code. I never thought of it that way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Like some language like C# don't have an issue with it, but regular C++ does. Just assign stuff sometimes. That's true, and it's usually a large. It's going to be a large number sometimes. And it's not working, so that stinks. Maybe we have to compile in here before we run it. I don't know. We are creating 2 hearts. Right? UE log. I hate doing this. We know we're creating 2 hearts, so let's just tidy that up, add it here, get rid of this, say heart created without offset, created with offset, and we'll go from there. I've had it happen before that I wasn't sure why my code was broken. Apparently assigned a memory value that I wasn't aware of, which broke everything. It was just like a very large value. Yeah, so it is creating it with an offset, but for some strange reason, the horizontal. And this, I would love if I, right, was able to use breakpoints, because then I could just click that and find out really quick what it is. But for our purposes, I guess we could just add it here. And this is a float anyways, so offset set is new X offset. I'm probably adding it wrong into the mix, which is going on. We'll check the offset here. You know, also, I could not have an offset in here. That's also the other potential thing. That could be my boo-boo. I think it's 0. Look at that, man. I'm telling you, look, 0. What IDE to use? I use JetBrains Writer for this particular project. For other things, I use Visual Code. But IDE JetBrains is very nice. The IntelliSense for UE5 is way better. I have visual assist for a year, but it's not anything I like at all. Yeah, look, check it out. Hey, check it out. So we have the offsets, place, position. Let us also change size, because that is also a thing we're gonna have to do. If we look at widget health and we come in here, I think our main issue is that the size of these are just completely off. Yeah, position X, so size X, size Y. Change size and then set anchor, because I want to anchor these. What about you? Which IDE do you use? So let's say canvas panel slot dot set size, and we're going to set the size to I probably do want to make these a health UI starting position. We're gonna want to make a general size and control panel slot for view image. Image canvas slot image size. But I'm quickly Googling for you with your IDE because it seems wild to me that you can't debug without the 80 gigabytes. Trust me, it's everywhere. It's for visual, it's for this as well. But if you find something that indicates otherwise, please let me know, because yeah. Also, I've tried another issue that I've had, my friend, is in some cases I'm having errors. They're like false negatives, right? They're false negatives, and they're false negatives because I'm getting 278 errors in 30 files. And I've tried to fix it, but for the life of me, I can't figure it out. I've tried to add like dependencies and other things of that nature to try and figure out how to fix the issue, but I have been unable to do so. So we got runtime, but I don't think we need runtime. Games, source. Okay. But what coming? I'm going with the flow and yeah, I've asked Google several times, and it's always been like, no, can't fix it. What is it, 45 and 40? I don't know why I closed out the thing that's like my reference guide to what I want these to be. 45 and 40. Let's go. Hey, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have two hearts on the screen in the position that we like them prior to all this. Now we could try lowering the horizontal offset. I should change the name of this to something a little bit more readable. Hearts horizontal offset. Actually, let's just refactor this so it affects the entire hearts horizontal. Yes. But yeah. So we've created our two hearts. Now it's about setting them up to adjust to the player's health. So, cheers, boys. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Development editor, you can click that to reveal a drop-down menu then select debug game. Let's try it. Usually the game would freeze, wasn't it? Wouldn't it? Click the green turtle icon. Oh, I'm going to move this out of the way. The green turtle. It's probably going to build the entire project, huh? Well, if that works, that's actually pretty crazy. I'll probably crap my pants. Or I won't, one of the two. Which one's more entertaining for stream? Probably the lateral one. No, you're fine. I can cancel if it takes too long. But it's worth a try, right? Like if I don't have to download 80 gigabytes worth of something, then it's worth a shot. And on top of that, if you searched it up and took your time to help me out, I should have no problem taking the time to figure out if what you looked up is right. Oh man. Another beautiful day out here in California. Yeah, it's taking a bit. I think I'm going to cancel it. It's taking a little too long. And I don't know if it's because it's the first time running it or not. But yeah, if you see, we got the hearts now, man. And let's see what happens when I change the player's health to 6 or something. Oh, it works, but the offset's a little weird. which is confusing to me. It could be just because it's the first time doing it. I'll try it one of these days when I'm like, I'll probably try it. Oh, it's a montage thing. Yeah, I don't know why this is offsetting weird. Let's check the horizontal offset because the first one should be fine. The second one does it fine. This one should be 90, right? On the third one, because I think we're doing, wait, is it 30 or 25 that we're doing? I don't know. Of F, and then we'll post in our new X offset here and check that really quick. Thank you for looking it up though. I'll try it when I'm like gonna step away from the computer for a bit and I'll let it build. But I don't know if that's a good idea because if it's just stuck forever. Heart created without offset, heart created with offset of 0.0. That is a weird. What's going on? Did I change something? Oh, it's because I changed the hearts. I changed the name of it. So what did I put? 25? It should work fine now. Hopefully. No. 50 and then 75. With 2, then 3. It should be... Ah, that's true, huh? So we have our first one, and then we have 50, because that's 25. So that's essentially doubled. That's just adding 25. So why is it that that one is setting its position where? Yeah. No, you're fine, man. It doesn't have to work. It happens sometimes, right? Like, it's not always going to work. I think it's because it's the first time building. But I also probably have to download that symbol library. And that's why it's taking so long to build, because it's trying to access that information. And it's not able to. So it's just scouring everywhere for it. Yeah, it's interesting that these aren't creating them with the proper offset. Is it because I'm... You know what I could do? No. Another thing I could try is just getting the last... getting the one prior to this one. Right? So in here... Instead of multiplying it, right, and creating all of this, what I could do is say in here, I'll get rid of that. In here, I can say I heart, right, X dot, and this is why it's important to have... Oh my gosh. Float last X position. Right, and we'll set this to equal 0. I just appreciate you looking that up. I do appreciate the help. So don't feel like it was all for naught. And the only reason why I'm doing this is because I have to get another freaking canvas panel slot. Maybe, so you're saying I should also create this here. do this. No, I don't want to do that. I guess I'll just have to get access to the canvas slot again. Last canvas panel slot. I heart X -1 because we want what is it, minus. You can do it using last position, but I'm pretty sure you can do it without, since you know how many hearts there are. You can just calculate the position based on the amount of hearts. Yeah, that's true. But I think that the other method should have worked, right? That's why I'm confused, because, you know, it worked for the very first one, which to me means that it's making it with an offset of... So the first position is, you know, at... Well, actually, what is the position? Did I even check that? This is canvas slot health starting position is 32. So if that's 32, oh my God. Let's go back really quick. Wait. I put hearts horizontal offset here, which means I probably have to reset it. My previous method is this method. So I take the offset, which is, you know, 25, right? I take the offset, I'm going to compile this again. I take the offset, which is 25, and for every X, I'm multiplying it, right? So for the first one, we're just setting it to, you know, the starting position. We want this to be the same on the Y position, but we want it to move horizontally. So the only thing we're changing is the X, right? So I created a float for the X. I've named it float new X offset, set it to 0. And then for the new offset here in this function, I'm setting it to the horizontal offset, but multiplied by X. So in this case, when it's 2, it'll be 50 because it's 25, right? When it's 3, it'll be 75. But the thing is the 0 one starts off. Oh, that's true. That is true. I need to take into consideration the starting position of the health UI, because it's essentially what I'm thinking is we're starting at 32, right? We're starting at 32, and then for the next position, we add 25 to that, right? We get 57. For the next position, we add, we do 25 times 3, or actually, no, we start off at 32, we add 50, we get 82, because it's 2 times the offset, which is weird, because we should just add... No. Yeah, we add it to this offset here. So I am taking that into consideration. Yeah, U health UI starting position. So for the first one, it's 82, right? And then it's 82 plus 75, right? Which should be 157. Let's calculate if that's calculating right. Because this last time I just did it with the new X, but let's actually calculate this and add that in. Right? Hearts horizontal offset times X. Let's see if we get 82 and then 157. Right? Because we start off at 32, we add 50, that's 82. Then it adds 75, that's 157. Something doesn't seem right in my head. Let's print it out. Yeah, the first one's 82, and then the next one is 107. Right? And it's because what it's doing is it's saying 32 plus 75. So it's not getting the position plus that. So we have the X, the offset. So in order to fix that and accommodate it, we need to, yeah. I'm having a huge brain fart right now, and I don't know why. So 32, it's essentially adding 75 to it. The first one adds 50 to it, and it works great. We should add, and then, yeah, so we have to get the last position, right? We have to get the last position. So instead of this, what we do is we know we're not on the first one. So all we do is we're going to have to create a canvas, another canvas panel slot. And this is why exactly I wanted to have a reference to this in the heart, so I wouldn't have to do this every time. But I was getting memory access failures, which means I was setting it up wrong or something, even though I was essentially calling the getter function after the creation of this, right? I created this. You know, it could be because I set it here before I added it to this, which is why we have that issue. I can try doing something. Let's get rid of this really quick. Let's test something, because if so, I can just add this to the heart method. I think what I did wrong was I added it in here, like the getter function from the heart, to get reference to the canvas panel. And I did that before adding it to the canvas panel. So I think what's happening is the UImage receives the canvas panel slot as a result from being added to the canvas panel. So theoretically, what I'm getting at here is, if I'm right, when I go to compile or I go to play, it'll crash because I'm not added to the canvas yet. Just like that. Okay. That's what was wrong. That's what was wrong. So I can, and that's great because this is going to save me a lot of space on this. Right? I'm going to come in here, add that. We're going to canvas panel slot. We're just going to keep it like that. We're going to come in here. We are going to add a void. I blame you, this syntax. You led me down this train of thought, which helped me to get out of this situation and get the things I want in life, man. You're a G. Get canvas or set canvas slot reference. Sadly, I wanted to make this in the constructor so I wouldn't have to go ahead and do all this. But you know, there's nothing wrong with us doing it here, I guess. Canvas panel slot is equal to, we're going to pass in a U health heart here. Heart, right? We're going to get the slot. We're going to add this in. No, you're fine. I appreciate you just being in here and talking to me because it helps. It's like the rubber ducky method. You know what I'm saying? You've heard of that, right? The rubber ducky method where talking it out kind of helps. Like people will talk to a rubber duck. Yeah, yeah. So you're like my little rubber ducky right now, man. How's that make you feel? He's like, not good. Feels weird. Big ol' heart. Love you too, buddy. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. But now in here we can just say heart dot get or set canvas slot reference. We go ahead, we reference ourselves. Even though I don't think I have to do that. I think in here I can just say this slot. If not, we can fix that at a later date. We can fix that. We can just rebuild because we're already doing it. So we have this in my user widget. We don't need to pass this no more. But what we can do is say heart.canvas panel slot. We can say heart dot canvas panel slot. And in here we can say heart dot canvas panel slot. And in this area now, we can say heart dot canvas panel slot, and I'm assuming get position dot x, and we can add the new offset to it, which I think it's going to end up having them expand all the way. Or it'll do exactly what I want, because in my head, I'm thinking if I have what it's doing now is instead of calculating like the thing we had before where it was 25, you know, and it would times by 2, it'd get 50. And then that would add that to this, right? Now we're going to get the 82 and we're going to add the 75 to it, which should give us our, yeah, same. It's gonna probably, I'm gonna probably need just a hard set offset. Like I'll just have to put the offset here, and what it'll do is it'll just I kind of like 50, I ain't gonna lie. So let's just put, let's get rid of this, right? And we'll say, well, plus hearts horizontal offset, and we can get rid of this, and let's just build this out because I'm going to have to come back. I don't think you need to change the offset. The offset shouldn't change, but I'm sure we're missing something in the equation, which I can't think of on the spot. Well, the way I have it now is that it's always going to be 50. So 32 is going to add 50, right? And that's the offset, which is 50. Then 82 is going to add 50, which is 132. Then 132 will add 50. And then, you know, we go from there. Plus hearts horizontal offsets, and we'll read that out when we get the chance. Let's go ahead and open this up. But if that works how the way I wanted it to work, we will be able to get access to the canvas panel slot now and set the reference in the object itself, so I no longer have to go through the tedious casting functionality so many times. It's done once per object. So that resolves the issue there. And this is why I like programming, man. Like seeing that stuff. It's like, oh my God. So let's go ahead. And in the graph. It's also why I hate programming. Yeah. Same. It's a love-hate relationship. All right, so it's already set to 25, but as we discussed, we want it to be 50. And the only reason why I'm doing that now is because it's going to be adding that every time. The way I had it set up before time, or before all this, is I had it essentially, the way it was set up is so it would despan. If I did it now, it would expand. So I have to add a constant offset, in my opinion, to compensate for that, you know? Ooh, it said build failed. It's probably that build that we ran. It was probably running it in the background. Or it took forever to do that. But because I got that, let's... Oh. Yep, now it's not expanding at all. And I've created 2 hearts. Oh, then if I'm only creating 2, that should be fine. Let's add 50. That's interesting. Because it should definitely work. Right. So now if we go into the player, and let's say we upgrade his health at some point, and it, you know, now we have 2 hearts. Right? Heart amount 3. Created with offset 132, 132. This is stupid. What's going wrong? Created without offset 132. Oh, you know what it is? I forgot. In here, right? In the canvas, I'm saying heart. I'm getting the very first one. That's the issue. I need to get x minus 1. Or we can do x minus minus. I think that'll work, right? X minus minus. Can I just do x minus 1? Dot canvas panel slot. Dot get position. Dot x. Right? And then that, my friends, should be the solution that we were looking for. But I'm going to have to change. Well, I could just play it really quick to see if it works. Oh my God. Now I'm accessing the array index is out of bound from an array size of 1. Are you kidding me? I'm out of bounds on this. Well, if we have... Oh, you know what it is? It's because I add it towards the end. But that shouldn't matter because in this particular situation, when we're running it the second time, x should be 2, right? So if I minus 2 or 1 from 2, we get 1. So, oh, and it's because it's a 0. I have to minus 2. Let's rebuild. Well, I'm doing it this particular way because I want to set the idea. Granted, I could just add 1 to the ID and get it via that way. Hold up, my mom's calling. Yellow, mama. No, what? Sorry, I'm working right now. Sounds good. I'll go take care of that, okay? Yes, Mom. I will go do that right now. Love you too. Bye. You gotta respect the mama, you know? Or you disrespect the mama. We're gonna check this really quick. Either A, yeah, I'm gonna run into it. Index is greater than array number. I guess we're gonna have to do it like that, okay? And in the add child or set array placement, we'll just have to do +1. Because that's going to, on 0, that'll be 1. On 1, that'll be 2. On 3, that'll be 0. Here, I can now say X. But that makes no sense because this should be the second one. Oh, you know what it is? Whatever. I've already done it this way, so we're going to keep it that way. We can set this back to 1 because I didn't set it here on this line. I didn't set it on that line because I was too eager to run it. And I have to go get my mother's medication from the mailbox and put it in the refrigerator. And it's very important because it's been out for a couple of hours. So I'm going to launch this project. I'll be back. All right, I'm back, guys. Or I should say, guy. I'm back, gang. All right, let's run this again. Hopefully, thank you for welcoming me back. Hopefully this works well. Index is greater than the array number. I am the only one remaining? I have no idea. I feel like the viewers lie to me, or the program lies to me. I use Restream and it tells me how many viewers I have. But it's lied to me before. If X equals 1, or in this case, that's why. Because we're starting off at 0 now, right? Jesus, am I going to keep living like this, bro? Where I just keep making these dumb little mistakes? I was getting too eager. That's what it was. Yes. I am.
Yes, you will, and you will suffer. You will suffer.
Like we have all suffered as we look in the mirror and look at our receding hairline. We have all suffered of every moment of the suffering. Yeah, because you'll get that like 1 20-second feeling of getting it right, and then it's like 2 seconds after that you run into another issue and you're like, damn it. Damn it. Yes. We did it, guys. Check it out. But let's change his health to 3 and see. Heart created with the offset 100. with offset 100. Created without offset. So what's going on now? I take the x, I minus the 1 from the x, right? So I know I'm getting the last one. We're at 1 right now. We're at 0. I'm getting the position of the heart at 0. And it's returning. All right, let's go ahead. Let's post this here really quick. Why else do you think programmers are gray-haired and or bald at the age of 23? Because we program. And we love every minute of it. Love. Funny word when you think about it, huh? Funny word when you think about the word love when combined with programming. Last heart position. And I guarantee you that it's... I love programming, but it ain't loving me back. Yeah, but it ain't loving me back. Last heart position is 0. But why is it returning that? Why is it returning 0? Can I do anything from here? Let's just make this one super big. Right? Set size 500F. 500F. I probably am... Sorry, I'm mistyping because I'm... We'll do... No, we need to do 500F because we're mad right now and we want to make fun of the computer. What the hell do you mean? I gotta do a F. Sorry, F. I'm doing... I think that's a C++ thing or C# thing. And I have to do a... I think I even have to do that in C# now that I think about it. A debugger would come in handy by now. Yes, it would, but I don't want to download the 8 gigabytes. What's syntax error? It says there's a syntax error, but I see no syntax error. '81. 81. There's a syntax error. Okay, so I can set the size. It's working. But it's not giving me the freaking position. What type of crap is this? What type of stuff is this? It's saying we're at 0. Get position, not X. How is it telling me 0? Why is it telling me 0? 0, 0, 0. What is... This is the little problems I run into that drive me insane. Now, we've already set the position of it, so there's no reason when we're accessing an array in the past that we shouldn't be able to see a change or a fluctuation in there. Really? What is it? How do you do it? Is it like the window key one? You know, you could add that. You can add emotes to it. Dude, I want to see if it compiles. Okay, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's like, what the hell is that? Copy that one. See. Yeah, boys, we got this. We got this, boys. It's gonna happen. Were you just trying to troll me? Or is it gonna break when I play? No. Okay, you trolled me. All right, I get it. I'm stupid. That's not a thing. Yeah, it didn't work. What? Yeah, it didn't work. You trolled me, bro. You made me look stupid in front of 500 people, dude. How could you, bro? Adios mio. So I guess get position. Don't do nothing. Get alignment. Get anger. Get layout. Get offset. Let's look at Y. When we go to position, let's check out Y. This one. Okay. I've copied, I've pasted. Okay, I compile. It compiles. So that's coming up as 0 too. So my way of handling this, because I can't get the position, I think I'm just going to add a vector, which I hate doing. World, F vector 2D, my heart's position. Right. I don't want this to be changed, so I make protected. Right. I make void set position heart position F vector 2D position, and then I make void get heart position, and that is just going to return a F vector 2D. Refact generate definitions both. Heart's position is equal to position. And then we will return on this a simple return equals my heart's position. I don't know why I put the equal sign and then was confused. So now that we have that, guys, we're going to have to make this a little bit more tedious for ourselves. We're going to set the position, and we're also going to set my heart position. Why is it not working? Dot set heart position health UI starting position. And we are going to say heart dot set heart position, and we're going to say offset pose. Right. So not only do we have to set the position, but we have to set the position. I know that in my compilers it breaks because it's not a semicolon. Yeah, I don't know why it. I mean, it looks the same. It's probably a writer thing. Which one do you use? Taxed. Which IDE? ID. What ID are you using, huh? I was watching a video today where some guy was talking about IDEs and how he's like, "Oh, I love Vim." And he kept saying ID, ID. I was like, oh. Visual Studios then, I'm assuming. So, now that we're here, instead of this, we're just going to say that and dot get my get heart position dot x. I mean, we can even check this too. I guarantee you this will work. Right? Get heart position dot y. If this works, I'm going to be annoyed. It doesn't matter which IDE I use since I use the G++ compiler either way. What does that mean? Isn't G++ like used for a lot of things? If I remember correctly? Correctly. Why the hell is this not working? Did I not compile? It's a compiler which I use for C++. True. I'm gonna freaking lose my mind here, dude. There's no reason for this not to be working. Or am I just crazy? Am I crazy? You are indeed crazy. Yeah. I've even gone and set a 2D vector here. Does this thing not... Going insane. I can set textures, but hey, if you try to set a position, you're not doing it right. Shoot, I might have to just start taking the current or the current, not the current position. Yeah, the only way I can see. Yeah, I could. It's just ridiculous. I've literally given it a value, maybe because it's protected. What if I make it public, right? And I just say my heart's position. My heart's position .x. Can I do that? Is it going to get mad at me then, huh? Is it going to tell me it didn't set it, even though I know it'll set it because it's set to... It set it everything. It said... my English, I'm so flustered. My English is diminishing with each attempt. With each bad attempt, my English is dissolving. And it's still 0, dude. This is stupid. I can't even get the position, even if I set it. before I leave here, I want to print this out. Because we know that during this instance, we don't need to go back into the past for it. We've set the heart position, so I guess what we could do is see if it's being set right here. Because we're setting the heart position. My heart's position is equal to position. And then yeah. Let's just see what it is. Hey, it worked. My last heart position, 32. It got that position. But if I were to get the heart's position right now, this wouldn't work. X minus 1. So that's I heart at an index of 0 is equal to my heart's position.x. We have an offset vector 2D that we're creating based off of my heart's position.x. Let's see even if we say here get heart position.x, right? It says 32, and then after that, it's like, meh. Canvas slot for each heart. And since we're not running into an error, we know that it's being added. Which makes no sense because it's still on the second one. How does that even make sense though, man? Because on the second one, like if we look at it, like if it was still 0, it wouldn't even move forward. Right? It wouldn't even move in that offset. Because this one gets set at 32, whatever, and then this one gets set. right? I have 6 health. I have my why am I not thinking straight? I have 6 health, and in my graph I have a horizontal offset of 100. There is no way that with this given code that we're having that issue, because the second one, which is looping after this one, is being set correctly, or else it wouldn't have that offset. Because I'm using the X plus the offset to set it, right? So there's no way that it's not getting any, like there's no way that it isn't getting the position of it. Like if I call in here, this one, this gets it, but I'm calling the heart directly. When I'm referencing the heart, wait, can I reference this? Can I reference? Let's, maybe it has to do with referencing. Can I reference my user widget? Because this is a reference. How do in UE5 C++? I don't care about the typo, bro. I just did some quick MS Paint to see if we did something wrong with the calculations. I'm pretty sure you need to go new offset equals X times offset plus offset. So wait, you're saying X of the array times the offset plus the offset again? True. So let's see. So you're saying essentially in here, we want to multiply the X times the offset plus the offset. Yeah, we can try it. I'm getting annoyed at this point, so let's make a float new X offset equal to 0. I trust you. So in here, new X offset is equal to X multiplied by the offset pose plus offset pose. Let's try it. Sorry, I don't know why I typed offset pose. It's not offset pose. I do trust you. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It was worth a shot, you know? Because I can see that that might be the case at hand. But in here, we would be using the health offset or offset or health horizontal. What's going on with me? It's hearts horizontal offset. Can I just times this by 2 instead of adding it twice? I made oopsie poopy. This is how brain dead I've become. New X offset. It is rather interesting to see that. I mean, it works. And I think they're spread out perfectly. So, if I were to... I'm not celebrating yet because I have to do this. I have to go to text, model, character. Where is it? This is how bad it is, guys. MS Paint to the rescue. It was MS Paint to the rescue. I'm actually super happy. Ooh. But when it's a lower number, it does this. But it's good after every other point. Let's try 50. And on 50, 2, 4, 6. And I'm getting 4 hearts instead of only 3. So that's another issue we have. So this would be like 0. So in this, there's no new X. Well, we would have it. It'd be 1. And it would be times this times 2. Yeah, I know. It's frustrating. It's a little... But after that, it's great. It adds it perfectly. So the issue has to do with 2. Because the original one is being added on top of it. So I'm thinking... So we have to use the position of the first one. But then that'll offset everything. Because what's going on is this is setting itself on the first pass. It's placing there. And then on the second pass, it's adding the X, which is 0, or 1 in this case. 1 times 25 times 2, which is 50, right? And then the new offset path is going to be this with this. What are we getting number-wise? New offset path. 100, 200, 300. Which is relatively strange if you ask me. And I should only have 4 hearts, but I have 3. And that's because our heart amount, which is, I think I set my heart amount to be the health comp, total health divided by 2. which means it should be 3. But this is 3, so it goes 1. So we have to minus 1 from this, essentially. And that'll fix that issue of spawning too many. X plus 1 instead of X. True. X plus 1. Are you talking for... Yeah, true. I could say X plus 1. Because at the end of the day... Yeah, I think that might be it, actually. But even then, if it's 1... Because it's going to be 1 regardless, so it'll be 2. But yeah, now see, we have 101 and then 102. So it just adds 1 onto it. For some strange reason, that last... let's see if I get rid of that, right? And I add that back. So it's still doing that. If I get rid of that, though, it's fine. It's an interesting problem, though. It should be relatively simple, but it's not, right? For some weird reason. For some really weird reason, it's not. And I should have gotten the same results. Because in here, we're just doing, you know, on 0, it's just going to be 0. But it's not 0, so I'm 1. It's just going to times, was it 20? Did I put it to 50 or 25? I forgot. I don't think it matters in particularly. Yeah, it's at 50. So in this case, it'll say 50 times 2, right, times 1. And then the next one will be 50 times. It's essentially the same. And maybe I need to add to the offset. Like every time it happens, right? It's outside of the loop. So we iterate. The new X offset is going to, maybe we have to plus equal. That's going to be funny. I don't think so. Because I'm thinking what we're doing is we're adding the offset. In this case, what it's becoming after this one is, so we have 50. We start off with 50. We times by 2. That's going to give us 100. Then we have 100 plus 100, which gives us 200. But we're still just getting last heart position 100. Which, this is just weird. Why is it acting up like this? If I just do that, it should 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, which is giving us 4. Right? And that's way off. That's the expanding method here. So we don't want a plus equal. We do just want it to be a constant. But for some strange reason, when I say the heart amount is less, 1 less, is divided by 2, right? We'll say, let's divide the total health by 2 and then minus 1. And that should give us 2. Because since we're starting off at 0, you get the point. Yeah. I mean, that works now at least. We're getting 100, then 200. Something about us setting it in the for loop that makes it do weird. But now it's like heart amount is 2, and it feels weird for me. Just checking stuff here. Checking stuff there. Checking stuff everywhere. Shmee. It's turned something simple. Yeah, we are missing like something. And I swear it's that original, because it works after the original one. Honestly, let's try getting rid of this. So all of them have that. Guarantee you it'll work because it's going to set it like that. See? Right? So it works now. But the thing we're missing is this here. We have to add that original offset. So maybe it's not ×2, but I don't know. That's what it looks like to me. But we're going to have to go back and add this. And that's yeah, well that's why. That's what I was thinking too. It starts at 0, but if you saw, it worked fine when we implement the process on all of them. But that's because we're not taking into consideration the first 32. We have our first 32 and we want to add on top of it. In this case scenario, we start off at 32, right? That's where we start off. The next one is going to be 1 times 100, so plus 100. So the next one should be 132. And then, you know, that'll be 2 times, what is it? Times 50 or 100. That'll be plus 200, right? Or the 132 plus 200. 132 plus 200, thank you, which will be 232. And we're going to constantly iterate on that. And that should fix it. I think. We'll try it. We've got the ×2. But with that being said, you know, now this one's being added onto, and this one's closer. Because we've added that extra 32 to the mix. So maybe it's not 32 that we need to add. Maybe it's half of 32. But then that'll take away, yeah, watch. So 32, 16, right? Yeah, it does. Because this is simple. It's to be simple. Does that look like it? Kind of. Not really, though. Exactly. It should be easy. I should not have to do this much to it. But here we are. We're at... So we start originally. We have the heart's horizontal offset. That's why. That was my dumb fault, I think. I went to college for this. Hey, let's go. You know what it was? I was using the offset or the health UI starting position. Where's the confetti? I know there's an event where you can play confetti on Twitch and confetti will pop. But let's reference this really quick to see if that's about how far I had them. Does that look right to you? We're at 135, 164. We start at 32, 84. 32. $84 minus 32. We get 52. So we're adding 52 to it. And then this one's 136. 136. So let's do 84 or 136 minus 184. 136 minus 84. 52. So we have 52 as the offset here. And in ours, that's why we're getting the results we want, because it's 25. It's 25. If we did what? 26. 26, that should be 52. With the calculations you have. Yeah. It just works. I blame you. I'm completely innocent. Yes, you are, my friend. I am the idiot and you are the smart one. No. Why can't I be smart like you? I'm just happy it works, man. Dude, it's honestly a me thing. No wonder why I've got only you in here chilling. Everyone's like, this guy's freaking dumb, dude. Oh, man. With that being said, we could get rid of this, though. Do this. Which is what I had originally. I just didn't add this onto it. But we do that. And then in the widget right here, we do 52. And I think that'll work. Don't worry, I was just as confused as you were. We are smart humans. Yes. There we are. And we've created ourselves the health. Now, what we must do, ladies and gentlemen, is change that depending on our actual health, our total health. So we'll have to create an event when we're damaged that we can subscribe to. And when that occurs, we change the state depending on how much health we have. I swear I'm smart. I swear it. It just takes a long time to accumulate. But yeah, that works great now. You know, and if we were like, oh hey, he upgrades his health again, and I just want to check this so it's not like, you know, something we know. It's not like a, yeah, see, 8. We have 10. We got, you know, that many. If we do 14, right? We got 7. I should write some case scenarios to make sure that this is always an even number, right? This reminds me of a few years ago when I worked at a company part-time where I was working on an application. I was struggling half the day. I asked the boss to see if he could help. Pointed out one of the formulas, made one slight change, and just fixed what took me hours to not notice. I never felt so stupid in my life. It's the glitch, man. I'm telling you. It's the that there's something wrong with this glitch. Have you ever just been walking around and something doesn't work? Like it could be something physical, like a keypad, right? And then you tell someone, dude, check this out, it doesn't work, and then it works for them. So I do it all the time. I think it's something God does to people who feel like they're really smart, to show them that they're not really smart. God hates smart people. No, he's just trying to humble him and let him know that you can still make mistakes. Yeah. God hates smart people. I love that reaction. I'm sorry. Oh man. Forgive me, Lord. It was funny. And it's spelled with a capital G, I'll let you know, good sir. But yeah, now we have to take these bad boys and do things for when the health happens. Right, my bad. No, you're fine, dude. I'm messing with you. It's not something you have to to subscribe to. But if you ever become a Christian in the future and, you know, you get close to God, you know, people reference him with a capital G. So something some people don't know. I didn't even know when I was a Christian until someone yelled at me for it. They're like, it's capital G. And I was like, oh. Oh no, I'm not, I don't get mad about it. So I know what you mean when you say it. But yeah. I'm not that difficult with it, true. Neither am I. When I say God, I use a capital G. If other Christians use it and they use a lowercase g, I'll tell them it's capital case. But it was more of like a joke on my end because I'm a Christian and that's a Christian thing. It's a capital G to you. It's like, you know, I used to tell my buddies when they would get all like... when they were just like cursing and talking about stuff that, you know, is kind of against my beliefs, I'd be like, don't make me get the Bible, you know, don't make me pull the Bible out. I will annoy all of you right now. If you want to me, just let me know. Otherwise, I probably won't really think about it too much. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm getting at. You don't do it. You don't do it because you're trying to be disrespectful. It's more of a like you didn't know thing, right? So it's that's why I was just joking about it. If you want to do it in the future, you can, but just know you won't ever be in trouble here on this channel because you do that. But yeah, we create the hearts here. We give the hearts an ID. Right? And now we can make some type of delegate in the health component that I guess other things might be able to get access to. And from there, we can set things. I don't really like capitalizing in general, as you might have noticed. Too much effort, moving my pinky all the way one key to the left. No, I agree. I do it primarily now because I've been yelled at it by grammar police way too many times in the past. They're just like, yeah, you know, then there's my then the there thing. All that is or isn't yours or you are or your, you know. They're like your. I'm like, Jesus, there's way too many of these things. I don't care about it, right? People who like speaking proper, they care about those things. I don't care about those things. I care about, you know, making games and stuff like that. Although if you're making it's like one of those things. If you're writing a book, you should care about it because people who are reading your book will. Gold. Are you trying to insult me now? You sons of a, how dare you insult me? No, you're fine, man. To each their own. Just, you know, I think honestly you've been super respectful. You know, I've had people come in here and troll me out of my mind because I'm a Christian game developer. I had to like put on my Twitter, like, I'm not a historian. I'm a game developer. Don't come into my channel trying to talk about all this stuff, you know. Like, to each their own. I have my belief for a reason. I just want this place to be a place where people can hang out, relax, joke around, talk about game development, talk about games. Exactly. It's one of those things. Yeah, you know, and that's kind of, I want people to be able to do that here in this channel without it being, you know, malicious. Because you can tell when someone's being malicious, and I know you're not being malicious. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that sentiment. I think we all, at least in my case, I know I'm an idiot. And I know there's some things that I've missed. And I know I don't always get it right. I would love to, though, because I wish I could feel smart for once. I mean, I felt smart the other day when I created a virtual void function. I was able to essentially... Virtual void functions are functions in here that you can override in other classes. So in a child class, you can override that function that's in its parent. I had this thing called an overlap event. So I was able to override that event or override that function in a child. So whenever it was called in the parent, the child would receive it. So I was able to do cool stuff with that. How I'm going to connect this script with the player, that's going to be a whole nother ball game. As long as you don't make life worth for others, let people do as they please. That's my mindset. Even if you don't agree with it, even if it's stupid, let people live their life. I agree 100%. In the Bible, God gave people free will, and that's kind of how I like to keep it. I don't like to try to impose on that. Furthermore, to really hammer in on that subject, you know, as a Christian, there is a biblical verse in Revelation that essentially says it essentially gets at, like, let people be who they're going to be, right? It says, let the good be good, the righteous be righteous, yada, yada. And that's just how it is. Refactor, rename. Let's actually spell position right, guys. I mean, I like to live off of the premise that as long as it's spelled right, that's all that matters. But either way, I'll make fun of you. Exactly. Yeah, I would used to make fun of people all the time, but I kind of got, I don't know. I just don't like doing it as much anymore. To each their own. I can laugh at myself. I'd like to believe. I know I can be rather serious about who I am sometimes, but I had to learn along the line. You have to learn to take a joke and laugh about stuff. That's a part of humility, and honestly, it's a Christian practice, believe it or not. And it's something we should all Christians all around the world should practice more because, you know, there is a lot of positive things in laughing at yourself, not taking yourself too seriously, right? Like, I make fun of people believing in magical man in the sky just as much as I make fun of people like myself that believe that nothing made something, which made a bunch of planets, which made billions of years. Exactly. The magical man in the sky. No, see, my interpretation of God is he's not in the sky. He's everywhere. He's an omnipotent. Oh, my fiance is calling, which means I gotta go. So on that note, I'm gonna head out. I'll be back for probably like another hour or so. If you're here when I get back, Syntaxed, I'll see you then. Um, hold up, babe. I'll come get you. Okay. All right. I'm yeah. But yeah, with that being said, I'm gonna head out, go pick her up. I'll be back to work on this a little bit more. If I see you, I see you. If I don't, I don't. Thank you so much for being here, though. If you're not here by the time I get back, to everyone else, thank you all for being here, hanging out, chatting, checking on the project. I appreciate you all. If you haven't already, please make sure to click the like, subscribe, notification button, and if you're on Twitch, make sure to click that follow button, please. All your support matters and it helps. So thank you all, but I'll be back. It was good chatting too, Syntaxed. I'll see you when I get back, or I'll see you some other time. All right, man? BRB. Gwen, let's go get your mom food. I guess we're not getting food. Come on, let's get your mom. Hey, Gwen, do you want to get pizza? Then hurry up. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Get pizza. Let's go get your mom. Come on, baby.